And that's based on what the Cubs used to do. And that's the big difference here. Years and years ago, and I think they still do it, if the Cubs won, they would fly a flag, and it was a W over Wrigley Field. So people downtown driving around wherever, they could see it go, oh, the Cubs won today. And at Anaheim Stadium, when the Angels won, and I think they started this in the 70s, if not the 60s, they have a halo on the Angels scoreboard, and the halo would light up. And it would show everybody. That's when they won.
Right.
And the Kings are doing that. So it's not just everybody after the game going, yay, we won. It's a beam that you can see all over. It's like it's a testament to the Kings' victory. And as we've discussed, given everything that the Kings have gone through here and Kings fans have gone through, it's actually a testament to the resilience of Sacramento basketball fans. It's a much more special thing than some guy going, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Right? They don't come close to matching the beat.
Of course it is. It's, I just saw, who was it? Someone was talking about it, Washington Nationals. And I can't remember my guy, the play-by-play off the top, man. He's like, it's a curly W.
Oh, yeah.
What's my guy's name? Let me make sure I give him his proper credit.
Well, I know FP did that for a while.
Yeah.
And Kevin Franzem, they were but you're talking about the play-by-play guy.
The play-by-play.
Yeah.
And on radio, too. He's not on television.
Oh, okay.
He's on radio. It's
like
when the Washington Nationals win, it's a curly W, right?
Yeah.
And then they light a W in the sky. We know the Brewers, you would have Mr. Brewer come down, slide down the pole. Bernie Brewer after home runs. And remember at Comiskey for a while, the fireworks would shoot off. Yeah. So it's not like things haven't been done. But to blatantly take the fact that you're going to roll out, like you said, a casing and just have a button and you just slap the button like KD did.
And the scoreboard lights up, basically.
Like, what is that?
Yeah.
At least get a drone show or something out there, man.
The Kings pregame every game here at Goldman Center laps what the Rockets do after the game like 4 or 5 times. As far as just the smoke and the fire, it was kind of pathetic. So I'm hoping the Kings get a chance to show the basketball world tonight, at least the basketball nation, this is how you celebrate these things, all right? It started here, and no one's come close to really capturing what the Kings do. So it'd be nice to see them win tonight. Isn't it crazy how quickly things can change in the NBA? It wasn't that long ago, a couple years ago. Remember, Jay, you had the Kings and the Mavs. Of course, Luka was still there. But they were neck and neck late in the year, and they played 2 games here. And that was, as Kyle and Alan Stiles were talking about, that was the Luka, he should have never traded me game. And Malik got hurt there. And remember, the Kings from that game, they went on to the play-in where they lost. The Mavericks went to the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And then last year, the 2 teams meet in the play-in. Kings are knocked out. Dallas gets knocked out in the second round. And just look how much things have changed for both these franchises since that they should have drafted me game.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah, I know. Man. That's what happens when you get a star and you trade them, and that's what happens when you don't draft a star.
Yeah.
You regret it. You look back at it, as they say, hindsight, 2020, and it doesn't normally work out. You don't. Like I'll kick it over. The 49ers got extremely lucky. Mm-hmm. They missed on Trey Lance. Don't know what Trey Lance is, but the 49ers missed on Trey Lance, right? They got lucky because Brock was right there.
You're right.
He became something. We would be talking about that move right now, probably, for the most part. Mm-hmm. And so when you have, as they like to call, generational talent like Luka, and you don't take advantage of it, you don't draft or you have it and then you spin it, good things don't normally happen for you.
Right. And so the Kings did that. And then Dallas had him, and they let him go,
let
too.
Him go, which is crazy. Mm-hmm. That was a shot heard around the world, right?
It was, yes.
Coming back, it's January 6th. I watched different shows last week and this week because we had time off last week. And, a lot of people talked about what were the top 5 or top 10 moments of 2025, the typical topic, right? And everybody to the man, to the woman, talked about Luka being one of those moments.
Yeah.
People didn't even believe it.
That's exactly what I was going to say that. Yeah. People literally could not believe it. Well, this is a joke. This can't be right.
Right.
Yeah.
And I remember because it was after a boxing fight. It was during, I'm sitting there looking, and I'm on Twitter because I'm watching the fight with a bunch of my boys and also just trying to see what people were talking about the fight. Comes across, I'm like, and I don't follow Shams because there's no need to. It's going to, just like that, if Shams tweets something, you're going to tweet somebody, so I don't need to. I'm one of them people. I don't need to follow certain people because I already know it's gonna fall, find a way.
I'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, come on, man. If Shams tweets something like that, within 3 minutes, somebody else will retweet it and be like, "Oh my goodness," whatever. So he doesn't need my number,
right?
Right. And I saw it come across, so I said, "What?" And then typical, you have to go through is like, is this the real Shams? Twitter's made it a little more difficult, even though I think he is verified to make sure who is who and what. And I'm like, no. This is him. I checked it 3 times. I had to read it 3 times. It's just one of them things.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Incredible. Still, as we talk about it now, it still buckles you a little bit. At least it buckles me. So the Kings, we know where they are and where they want to be headed. Dallas is a little bit in between now because when they made the trade for Luka, they said, yeah, we're all about defense. Nico said that. We're all about defense, and AD is a great defender. And now they've got Kyrie, and he's hurt. They're out of the plan as it stands right now. They have their own draft pick this year. There's some talk that they are actually, I don't think they'll be able to do this, but there's talk, at least in Dallas, of how the Mavericks would love to trade AD and get another first-round pick in this draft back, which would give them, after winning the lottery last year, 2 shots at the lottery this year. My point is they are kind of in, the term I've heard is a soft tank. And they are in a situation where you can see how, what do we got? We got something, Jay?
Yeah, I got a little breaking news for you.
Breaking news.
Got a little breaking news
All right.
We'll hit it for you.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sactown Sports breaking news.
According to Adam Schefter, sources, here we go, sources, it could be you, Whitey. John Harbaugh is out as the Ravens head coach. Wow. Minute and a half ago, 2 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Wow.
I think he's a very good coach.
I think so, too.
I think he's an excellent coach, kind of a victim of his own success. Did win a Super Bowl, but then hasn't been able to get back to the Super Bowl since winning one. I guess that I wonder if he'd still be the coach if they'd beaten Pittsburgh. I mean, obviously he would be because he'd be going to the playoffs.
Right.
But I wonder if he would be surviving this season.
That's a good question. I had saw some people talking about this could be the game that pushes one of these esteemed coaches out.
Yeah.
Tomlin and or Harbaugh. The only thing, and we're the home of the 49ers, that relates to the 49ers for me is, and I know we're going to talk about this today, but Robert Saleh yesterday being announced that he found new agents with Wasserman. And now we're hearing a report that he was requested to interview by the Arizona Cardinals. Now, I haven't seen anything that the 49ers have said, okay, go ahead. But we talked about it yesterday, Whitey. The 6 open jobs, it's like, okay, I could see, to me, Baltimore jumps straight to number 1. And that's a job I could see Saleh saying, yeah, I like that one.
Well, and they could use him, too.
Yep. Yeah.
That was their issue. That side of the ball was their biggest problem this year.
Yeah. And they traditionally have been strong on the defensive side.
Yeah.
And you walk right in with the franchise quarterback, 2-time MVP, somebody that could probably take you to the Super Bowl. Hey, 1 or 2 moves. We know how, that family treats their coaches. We know that they draft very well. They don't mind spending money. They're a top quality franchise, top quality organization. That's the type of organization I could see somebody like Robert Saleh jumping to.
Mm-hmm. To me, maybe it's just because I've always admired, especially John Harbaugh. I don't think it's smart, but if they make a good hire, Robert Saleh would be a great hire for them and would address, you would think, some of their particular weaknesses. Just John Harbaugh's done a great job.
Great job.
You can say, well, they won the Super Bowl, but they haven't been back. I know, but they're good every year.
Every year.
Doesn't the coach deserve some credit for that?
Every year.
Yeah.
Literally every year. It's one of those things where I think the only thing I would say is, has it run its course? Nothing lasts forever. Time sometimes doesn't heal all wounds. Sometimes time creates separation and due to growth. Man,
You're right. Things running their course, and there's a point at which a coach or manager is like, there's nothing more you can tell them.
Yeah.
you've just you're no longer, they're not responding to you. I don't know if that was the case this year, but I wonder where he's going to end up. Or, maybe he's like, I'm going to take a year. Maybe he'll join his brother's staff.
Yeah, that'd be cold blood, wouldn't it? That's the type of guy now, and I'm barking up a tree here. Just follow me real fast.
I will. Always.
That's the type of guy. We've heard people, I remember Mark Schlereth on this show talked about it. Man, it's foolishness. If you fire Kyle Shanahan, who's going to replace him? It's laughable. There's no one out there. That's the type of guy you could replace Kyle Shanahan with, and it would be a lateral move. People wouldn't thumb their nose up and say, yeah, you guys downgraded. Like, no. Because, first of all, this guy's beating Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Shanahan, especially the way he's coached this year, I don't think he's even close to the situation.
Speaking of, I know we were talking about the Kings. We just got the word about John Harbaugh being relieved of his duties in Baltimore. So the conversation spun into a football conversation. Our friend Matt Mayoko, one of the most respected 49er beat reporters in Northern California, he has his weekly deal at NBC Sports Bay Area where he asks questions and then he determines overreaction or not.
Yeah, mailbag.
Yeah, one of the questions today was Kyle Shanahan, or statement. He says a statement, he decides whether it's an overreaction or not. Kyle Shanahan just had his worst game calling the offense since he's been here. Matt Mayoko said that is not an overreaction.
Really?
Kyle Shanahan had his worst game.
Wow.
Calling plays as a play caller since he's been here in San Francisco.
Ooh,
and Matt's not a cheap shot guy.
No, he's not.
He doesn't go out of his way, with clickbait, things like that.
Nah, he's very he plays it close to the vest.
Yeah.
He definitely does. And he's as you said, he's a very well respected reporter, insider. He's technically an insider.
Yeah.
And an analyst at this point, for NBC after the game. He's one of those guys that if he says it, it's kind of like Sam Amick. He strongly feels that way and or it is pretty close to being true. Probably is true. Now, he's not the type of dude that interprets things, and I know this is not this was an opinion-based question, but I'm with you. Mm-hmm. I'm with you. He's not the type of guy that's going to slight anybody just because.
Right. Yeah. So what the Eagles have, it's funny, I heard Alan talk about this. I know the Eagles have 6 Pro Bowlers, and the 49ers right now at linebacker, they have Pro Bowlers, but I mean, they're literally professional bowlers. They're not football players. That's where they are with their linebackers. 49ers have a bunch of Pro Bowlers who actually are professional bowlers at the linebacker position. But Alan was saying that in Philly, fans there are like, oh, we're going to lose. And, 49er fans, we all know with everything going on with all the injuries, a lot of 49er fans are saying, well, it was great that they got this far. But Alan says there's fans on both sides of this matchup going, oh, this is terrible. We're going to lose.
Yeah, a lot of people were talking about it, and I'm trying to keep my ear. And we'll have a few guys because I've been in contact. I just haven't put them up there. One of my guys from Philadelphia is probably, the voice of Philadelphia. It was Anthony Gargano. They call him Cuz. Mm-hmm. Been around for a long time. Does a morning show out in Philly. And he's been kind of the man, him and Howard Eskin of Philadelphia radio forever, at least through my lifetime. And I had the opportunity to work with Cuz at Fox Sports Radio. But I text him immediately. And normally Cuz is, he's got the bravado. He's my guy, we're going to get you, man, like he's that. He kind of oozes that. I text him, he's like, yo, JJ.
Really?
Man, like he was questioning it. And I was like, yes. So I think it is, and I'm going to have to get Gargano on. And I know when he comes on, he's going to be like, the Eagles will find a way to get it done. He's a Philly guy, through and through. But
interesting.
I definitely see some cracks.
Yes.
Some chinks in the armor.
Yeah. Like, they're not as confident as you would think a Super Bowl champion from Philadelphia would be.
No.
Heading into this matchup against an injury-riddled team. So
yeah.
A lot more to come on that game, of course, between now and Friday. One more note on the Kings, who, yes, they play Dallas tonight. As far as how quickly things can change, I think that would be, if anything, perhaps encouraging for Kings fans because maybe it won't take them very long to get out of this. We'll see. Fingers crossed. But we got word today that Keegan Murray, it was announced by the team that Keegan Murray got his MRI results back, and he has a moderately sprained, I think it's the left ankle. So 3 to 4 weeks before he's even reevaluated, Jay. We were talking yesterday about what kind of year has Keegan had. I'll tell you what kind of year he's had. He's had a year in which he's been hurt a lot, unfortunately.
Yeah. Very, very hasn't been available for a long time in many games.
And it's not like one thing that keeps recurring. It's the shoulder, and it's the calf, and now the ankle. So,
one of the things that I consistently hear people say, when they come up to us on the streets, Whitey, or you see it on social network, or you haven't really heard it too much on the show from callers, but I feel like I see it enough, is people are beginning to say Keegan's offensive side has slumped so far because of the Kings asking him to do so much defensively and in other parts of the game. And I think that's a conversation that will be had, sooner than later. But I find that interesting because and the reason why is I think guys that are at a high level, all-star, superstar caliber type players, we don't really question that with those people. It's, okay, Steph is so great offensively that we overlook some of the things defensively. Jokic is so great offensively that defensively he gets a pass. Luka, same thing, right? And then you have guys that kind of, Kawhi was a both-way superstar. It seems like Anthony Edwards defensively, no one says he's an all-world defender, but everyone's like, look, he tries, he gets out there, he's a good defender, he's not not the worst. I find it super interesting that we still have conversations about Keegan being an all-star, but we're starting to see some of these things, injuries. He's has to play two ways. Like, there's other parts of his growth that we're starting to talk about over just the caliber of player he is. I just find it very interesting.
I do too. It's because there are still questions about why he isn't quite the player that the Kings hoped he would be. There's questions about why he hasn't consistently been the guy that scores 37 against Utah. There's been glimpses of it, and fans, of course, root for it. I know the team, and it was a different regime, but they drafted him to see that. And so I think everybody, front office, is probably going through a lot of the same things. People are just wondering, okay, we know there's something special there. We don't see it enough. Why not? So, you run through the gamut of possibilities. I know Chris Watkins, when he was filling in last week, he pointed out that Keegan has covered more miles this year on defense than any other player in the NBA.
How do they figure that out?
Good question. Do they wear stuff now? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Maybe I have to text them and see, like, how.
Amazon Web Services. I don't know.
AWS.
Yeah. But assuming that's true, I have no reason to think it's not.
Right.
That's significant. But then it's like, well, why? You look at everything. Why isn't he an offensive force when we know he can be at times, and you can't help it? Well, maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. I don't know, Jay.
Yeah.
He's just kind of he's still something of an enigma, a mystery.
He is. It's a conundrum for Kings fans and probably NBA fans, trying to figure out. I watched another podcast, and they were talking about Keegan being here compared to other people. And, they were trying to figure it out. Like, man, what is Keegan? Can we still consider him young? Is he, need to take the next step? Is he the guy that we think he is? Is he kind of plateaued? They were talking about this is a national podcast. So it's just interesting because I'm seeing a lot of, as you said, an enigma, a lot of questions being asked about Keegan right now.
Yeah, I'm sure we can figure it all out on Keegan when we come back. Also, why the Wizards are so in on Trae next, Sactown Sports.
This is the Drive, baby!
Alan Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes, beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Alan Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Alan's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your number one sports station in Sacramento. Sactown Sports 1140.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See Club for details.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit revivemenshealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
At InShape, there's a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, walker, runner, sun seeker, recoverer. If you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong. Start the year strong and join today at InShape.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Before we get back to the Kings and the NBA and Trae Young, we got a little more context here, a little more background on this afternoon's breaking news. John Harbaugh and the Ravens, according to reports, will part ways. John Harbaugh's final season in Baltimore, 8-9. They finished with a losing record for just the third time under Harbaugh. They were preseason betting favorites to win the Super Bowl. And here you go, Jay. Fan discontent in Baltimore grew throughout a season in which the Ravens were 3-6 at home. Worst record at home in franchise history. Coach Harbaugh was booed coming off the field after a 44-10 loss to the Texans on October 5th. Large number of empty seats for the final 7 home games. And after they lost to the Patriots on December 21st, 28-24, the criticism of Harbaugh increased after Derrick Henry did not receive a carry in the final 12 minutes, even though Baltimore had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter.
Guess it's all on John, huh? And fans were coming because John, huh?
Yeah.
weren't coming.
Fans were unhappy.
Man, sometimes, and that's why I just said maybe it's run its course, because John Harbaugh is an excellent head football coach. No doubt about it. And he's brought them 2 Super Bowls, right? I think he's got 2.
I think he has 1.
Does he got 1? Because Billick's got 1, right? They won. They beat the Niners. Yeah, so, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, man, there's a lot. Let me tell you, there's a lot of organizations out there who would love to have John Harbaugh, and I'm pretty sure he's not going to have any shortage of phone calls to him or his agent.
63 years old, he ranks 12th for most all-time wins by a head coach in NFL history with 193. Led the Ravens for 18 seasons.
18 seasons.
Second longest active tenured coach in the league behind Coach Tomlin, who is in his 19th season with the Steelers, and he barely survived this year himself.
Man.
So the longer you're somewhere, the bigger the target gets on your back if you're a coach.
Yeah. Boy, I tell you. Just hard. It's hard to succeed for a very long period of time, and he did it for 18 years. Just feels like it's kind of almost Andy Reid-ish. It's just kind of time. I think it's probably time. And if he wants to coach again, he'll have an opportunity.
Yeah. I hope for his sake
pretty quickly.
He takes a year off.
I think so. Yeah, I'm hoping to.
So that's today's breaking news. So that brings the number of coaching vacancies in the NFL to 7, right?
7.
Jay?
Yes, sir.
7. If you're interested, the information for the teams is publicly available. You can call them up if you want to shoot your resume out there. Good luck to you.
Who's the one you're shooting yours to again?
The Browns are so nutty. Why not?
Okay.
If I got a shot with any team, it's the Browns.
It's the Browns?
Yeah.
I'm probably sending mine to Atlanta. I'm probably going to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
But if now I think about Baltimore, I just don't do well in the snow.
Smart. Yeah, you're thinking big picture.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I'm
sir.
just like, well, I'm thinking.
Right.
By the way, I was listening today to Mike Florio, and I saw some at ProFootballTalk.com. And isn't this something that sounds familiar if you're a Kings fan? They were doing a piece on the Cleveland Browns, and the whole thing was, I don't know if they can win with that owner. That owner's too involved. And it just kind of reminded me of something, Jay. And I was like, wait a minute, what? And I couldn't place it.
I've never heard of it before, right?
Like,
Sounded familiar, but yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it happens, man. We're not the greatest thing of all when it comes to sports is when you succeed and win, right? For me, it is. Now, it could be for other people. Maybe I'm too competitive, but I like to win. I know you're in the same boat. But it is very interesting that we have a lot of similarities from different organizations through different sports, through different fan bases. You look around all these different sports, and you could probably say the Browns are pretty much like the Kings, like never really won anything. They've been at the precipice at certain points in times, but for a lot of their years, they just haven't. They don't even look right.
Yeah.
Not even forget about feeling right or, competing. They just don't even look good.
That's a great point. The teams that win consistently in different sports, you can see some of the things they have in common.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest one being, wow, they all have really good players. Duh.
Right.
How come those teams are so good? They have really great players. But it's also similar organizations that they cannot get out of their own way.
Mm-hmm.
They do a lot of the same things too.
Feels that way.
Yeah.
It's repetitive, repetitive mistakes, repeated mistakes. And it's just not, it jumps around from sport to sport. There's always a handful of teams or organizations, fan bases who kind of talk about the same thing. And so, as you said, it sounds familiar. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, and we like to say, well, those losing teams, they don't have any culture.
Mhm.
They have culture. It's just a bad one.
Yep.
It's dysfunctional.
Right.
There's definitely a culture there.
And a
it's
lot
just
of
all to the point where we don't know what we're doing.
And you know what's crazy is as I'm comparing the Browns to the Kings, the Browns have a great fan base. Like the Dog Pound is considered one of the good, great fan bases throughout the NFL. And that's one of the things I feel like Kings fans, we always argue is we kind of get pushed into the same category as the organization or the losing ways that the organization has went through, for all these years, where the fan base is A1. We're top notch. It's hard to beat a Sacramento Kings fan. Loyalty, the love, they're all into it. The enthusiasm that they put forth for the squad. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of Browns fans that would say the same thing.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the atmosphere will be like tonight for the nationally televised game. For years, I think networks have liked to have games in Sacramento. Part of that is just a scheduling thing. Like, we got to have a game on the West Coast. Sacramento is one of the teams on the West Coast. But also, the atmosphere, I think, is great for the league to show other fans, look at these fans. Tonight, I don't know, Jay.
Yeah.
A later start, the team struggling as much as they are. I don't know if we'll be putting our best foot forward, but I guarantee you the fans who do go, however many it is, they're gonna represent.
Always. Yeah. Kingdom is always being upheld in a positive way, even when we're going through downtime for the Sacramento Kings. We'll see. We'll truly see.
We, of course, are focusing increasingly on trades. Why the Wizards are so in on Trae Young. Here's what Evan Sittery says. The Wizards want the Hawks to include draft capital or a prospect alongside Trae Young in a potential trade framework. Young's trade value truly at its lowest, which will force Atlanta to surrender a pick. Negotiations between Washington and Atlanta are ongoing. Here's one of the keys to this whole thing, as Evan Sittery points out. Travis Schlenk is the Washington Wizards Senior VP of Player Personnel. As you may or may not remember, Travis Schlenk was the GM of the Hawks when they traded Luka to Dallas and ended up with Trae Young.
Really?
He was there
Wow.
when we want Trae Young. And he's there now in Washington, and he wants Trae Young again.
Yeah.
He's not the GM, but he is, the VP of Player Personnel.
Okay.
So there's one of the connections there and why the Wizards are so interested in Trae Young. And it does look, Jay, from what I can figure out, that if the Wizards get him, they would be looking at him as somebody that they would build around, not somebody that they'd bring in just to occupy some cap space and then move off of. I know you were wondering about that yesterday.
Yeah. I don't know. Trae Young is a mystery to me. He truly is. I have no clue why he is seen in the light that he is, minus you got to take it for face value. Just haven't won anything. But he puts up a lot of stats. A lot of people probably just feel it's empty calories. So I don't, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Trae. It truly is.
But just about every trade report / rumor you read these days involving a player whose value is down but who's making a lot of money comes with the caveat that, well, so-and-so is probably going to have to surrender a draft pick. And the Kings are in that boat, and I just don't think they're going to, which again gets back to what we said yesterday. They may not be able to move off of any of these guys.
Yeah. Working around the edges, huh?
Some of that, too, is posturing. Teams are saying that, like, we're not doing that unless we get a pick back. And then maybe that changes as we get close to the deadline.
Yeah, I was going to say we're a month away.
Yes.
Literally, February 5th. It's going to take a little more desperation from some of these teams and organizations. And if you feel like – I was going to ask you this real quick, and you might not have time to answer. Maybe we'll talk about it on the other end. This kind of coincides with what I was going to say. Is the NBA minus OKC? Is the NBA wide open?
We'll answer that when we come back. We'll also look at whether the Warriors need a pizza guy next on Sactown Sports.
This is the Drive Guys. January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
This is the Drive Guys. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sactown Sports 1140.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Award-winning guitarist and songwriter Gary Clark Jr. Tour 2026, Saturday, January 31st, 7 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. An electrifying night of music with Gary Clark Jr.'s special guest, Marcus King Band. On sale at the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Gary Clark Jr. Live.
Sacramento's Outwork playlist is Mix 96. Now with 4 opportunities each weekday to be our $1,000 Employee of the Day. Today's hits and yesterday's favorites, Mix 96.
The Sactown Sports 49ers Report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. The 49ers lose the season finale on Saturday night at home to Seattle 13-3. With the win, Seattle wins the division and gets the number 1 seed in the playoffs. As for San Francisco with the result, they fall to the number 6 seed in the playoffs. And because of that, the Niners now will have to travel to Philly for a first-round playoff game. You can catch that game this Sunday beginning at 1 o'clock right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Kings and Dallas Mavericks tonight. You got Jay and Whitey here, Drive Guys. Jay was just asking me an NBA question. We'll get into that. I just want to take a moment here to look at potential trade partner for the Kings. We know that, according to Mark Spears, very well connected, the Kings have maintained an interest in Jonathan Kuminga. But is there any way the Kings would have something that the Warriors would want? Well, last night, did you see Snoop last night, Jay? Last night, the Warriors lost. Tough game, close game to the Clippers. Steve Kerr went ballistic because of a couple of missed calls. There was a Steph Curry flip shot that went in. That was ruled no basket, foul on the floor. Steve Kerr was very upset about that. Shortly thereafter, there was an obvious goaltend. The official, even after the game, they said, yeah, we missed that. That cost was not called, and the Warriors needed that basket. They ended up losing by 1. Steve Kerr went ballistic, and your boy Snoop was all over Steve Kerr last night during the telecast.
Yeah, he was. He was on his helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Like a sticker.
Yeah.
A logo.
Yeah. So the Warriors, even though they have the greatest shooter ever, they struggle at times making shots. They're now 27th in field goal percentage. They're 15th in three-point percentage. They're 20th in offensive rating. So what do the Warriors need from NBC Sports Bay Area? Several areas of need stick out. Is there any way the Kings fit with this? The Warriors are still too small. Okay.
All right.
An extra ball handler wouldn't hurt. Consistently and confidently knowing somebody else outside of Curry and Butler will put points on the scoreboard and be a threat from three-point distance somehow remains the biggest problem at the start of 2026. That is, as I said, the opinion of Dalton Johnson, but I know somebody the Kings have who can be an additional ball handler and who is shooting over 40% from the three-point line. Jay, we've heard the Warriors maybe don't have much interest in Malik Monk. Well, maybe they should. Maybe he's exactly what they need. Maybe they need a pizza guy.
Okay. I see you. You're on the sale. I'm with everything you said except for, my affinity for Malik Monk. I just don't want Monk to go, but I understand business is business, and you just have to get it done. So if it's going to be, if it's going to be a better situation for Malik, the pizza guy, to go down that way, and at the same time bring somebody here or some assets or something that the Kings can move on from, then I'm with it. I get it.
Mm-hmm. I know I glossed over the part where it says the Warriors are too small, and we know that they have been. I think the way it was put was. Slatesman said they've been sniffing around the center market.
Sure.
I just don't think there's a fit there with Sabonis. I don't know. And then contractually, it gets really complicated. And I know this would be complicated if it was Malik for Kuminga. But I think the Warriors may have to come back around to, Malik really could help us. They're in an interesting situation because, they keep doubling down, and their core gets older and older, and they do not want to rebuild, obviously, as long as they have Steph. But they're in that unenviable situation where they have to work twice as hard to stay as good as they are. Jay, at some point they're going to have to cash in their chips, but they don't want to. So right now they got to look at what can we do right now to get better. I think Malik could help them.
Definitely could help them. Yeah, he definitely is another ball handler, somebody that gives you a lot of powerful impact off the bench. And so, yeah, I think Malik would help anybody in the league.
Yeah.
Truly.
They have some other guys that they like, but they're not shooting the ball well.
Well, and it's hard to – the toughest part is this. I like Steve Kerr as a human being. I like what he stands for. I love some of the things that he speaks on, and I appreciate the fact that he utilizes his stature and his imprint for the greater good, right? So that's the first part. So it's always hard for me, and I admit it. I really appreciate what he stands for. So it's always hard for me to come down on Steve. But a lot of his basketball acumen, not for me. Like and it's hard to argue because he's won championships. But I also look at it as like, yeah, but you also had kind of like you had one of the greatest to ever do it. And you also had probably the greatest tandem. No, it is. I'm just going to say it. The greatest shooting tandem ever. And you're probably going to walk out with at least 3 Hall of Famers. Like, to me, Clay and Steph is in for sure, right? I think Draymond's a Hall of Famer. I don't care if you like him or dislike him. The fact of the matter is he did some things like Ben Wallace and Dennis Rodman for this organization.
I think he'll get in. I'm not sure I'd vote for him or not, but I think he'll get in.
Well, it's always going to be, does the media dislike his antics and him off the floor compared to on the floor?
And plus, the Basketball Hall of Fame is probably the easiest to get into of all of them.
Yeah, because it gives you high school and college and all that.
If you made 3 baskets in your driveway, they're like, okay. In the 4th grade, this guy made a shot beyond the garbage can. So.
Behind the Ford Pro?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah.
So, with all that being said, we're heaping the praise, but we're also taking some of that praise away from Steve Kerr. I would truly say this. In my standpoint, my point of view, he has botched. I mean, truly botched a lot of relationships with younger players, to the best of my knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also stunted a lot of people's growth. That's my take.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Hall of Famer, no doubt about it.
I think he gets, my own opinion, some of the reputation that he has in some corners for not developing players. In my view, that's not entirely fair. I think he's gotten players that clearly you could see he doesn't fit what Steve Kerr does. But I thought where you were going, and I think this is more to the point, is how would Malik get along with Steve Kerr?
Well,
I don't know.
That's kind of where leading up to that we're not going to always put the cart before the horse.
Right.
I think Malik would be another veteran, a la Jimmy Butler, GP2, where I don't know how Steve Kerr would operate and react with him.
Mm-hmm.
Because we know Malik is one of those guys that's boisterous. He's rah-rah.
Yeah.
he can wear his emotions on his sleeves on the court sometimes.
Yeah.
And he doesn't pull punches inside the locker room.
Right. If he had a chance to play there and played well, he obviously, we know because we love him here, he would be a hero in the Bay Area.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They would love him.
Yeah.
Yeah. But because of his, I don't know, he's brutally honest, wouldn't you say?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. It would be a good fit just how about with the players. Draymond, I don't know Malik. I have the sense he could pretty much get along with anyone he wanted to get along with.
I think so.
Yeah. And if he didn't want to get along with you, he wouldn't bother.
Yeah. For me, he is and I don't want to be, that's disrespectful. I would say this. He is cut in the same cloth as Draymond. He just controls his antics on the floor where Draymond doesn't. But off the floor, Draymond is, of course, over the top, and we know he's got a podcast and all that. But I don't know if, and I would say this, Malik being on the Warriors would give him a way bigger opportunity to be seen throughout the NBA, and a greater bullhorn would be attached to him where we would get to hear a little more than I think we get to hear from the Kings. Even being here in Sacramento, the Warriors are on a different scale. They're on national television. They're always being talked about. Steph Curry's still there. And so Draymond is, Draymond, right? Steve Kerr is a big ordeal throughout the NBA. I think it would give him a bigger forum. I'd be interested to see how he would operate in it and how Steve Kerr would react to that.
Yeah, I think the Kings would still love to have Jonathan Kuminga.
Think so?
I think they would.
Okay.
And I'm going off of what Mark Spears has been reporting. They talked to him in Miami, and they do want to, how did Mark put it? They still are committed to a youth movement. He's a young player. I'm not sure how it would work out, but I understand from where they are, like, okay, yeah, they want to bring in a young talent and see what they can do with it. I don't know. I think the Warriors look at Malik, and it'd just be a matter of, do we want to take a chance that he's going to be what we hope he is? I think I don't think they'll do it. I think maybe they should, but I think that's probably the best avenue for the Kings to get Kuminga is for the Warriors to look at Malik and go, he can help us. Let's do it.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell the Warriors doing. I don't think they know.
They're just kind of scuffling along here at 19 and 18, currently 8th. And that's they're paying a lot of money to their guys.
Yeah, which means they have to be in. They have to be all in. And as you said, with Steph Curry and Draymond, you're all in. Jimmy Butler, too. I mean, it's not like he's 25.
Right.
So they're all in. I don't know what the missing piece is, but I do know Malik will help absolutely anybody in the league because I consider him one of the top 5-6 men in the league. He has that type of capability if he's cooking on all cylinders. We've seen it. So they need all – it's not like, they're ready to play OKC or the Knicks or something like that. They need all the help they can get too. And that's why I say I don't really know what the Warriors are doing. I do know this. They've royally screwed up the Kuminga situation. Steve Kerr involved in that. No, and I understand we all have our opinion on that. There's no doubt about it. Steve Kerr has played a part in what's going on. Even if you dislike Kuminga or you like him, you dislike the way he plays, or you love the way he plays, they have handled that. The organization, all the way down from the bottom, top to bottom, have handled the Kuminga situation poor. Really have.
Yeah. Bottom line, it's going to depend on what they get for him.
Agreed.
Yeah. I guarantee you this. If the Warriors have any interest in Malik, we think they may have, don't know, but if they do, one thing that'll happen, and it's probably happened already, is Steve Kerr will talk to his very good friend Mike Brown and say, tell me about Malik. And so, that's going to go a long ways towards shaping how Steve Kerr thinks about all this. And he has his own opinion. It's not like, I don't know, I got to talk to the guy who coached him.
Right.
But that's going to be a big part of it. Mike, tell me about Malik. What does he bring to the party?
They on no telephones, man. Is my boy gone? Think he's out.
I don't think the Warriors are going to do it. I think the Kings are trying to do it. I think the Warriors ultimately will try to land a bigger fish. That's what they do. They're going to try to get AD, and they're not going to get him either.
AD and Malik on that team would take them a lot further, depending on what they have to give up.
They'd be better.
Yeah.
You were asking my opinion, is the NBA wide open? I think there's like 4 teams in the West. OKC most likely, San Antonio, Denver, and Houston could win it. And then in the East, I don't know if any of those teams match up to the best teams in the West. Knicks, there's probably 3 teams that could win the East, in my opinion, right now.
Really? Who you got? The Knicks is one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in the other 2 because I don't see them.
Detroit's got a shot.
In the championship?
They've got a shot at the East.
Really?
They've got a shot. They wouldn't be at the top of my list, but I'd give them a shot.
Okay.
Boston, if Tatum comes back, Boston has really exceeded expectations this year. A lot of people thought, gap year for them. They're terrible. They're 23-12. So the fact that they're 23-12 to me also underscores how the East this year is a little
terrible.
So I think whoever comes out of the West is going to win it. And I think it's either OKC, San Antonio, Houston, or Denver.
You think the Spurs have an opportunity to win a championship right now?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
If Wemby, I know he's coming back tonight. I think they have a chance.
Fool's gold, man. I think it's fool's gold.
I know. In fact, Dave today was saying, well, they may need to make another move, and maybe he's right. I think what they need more than anything is the players they already have to get better.
Yeah.
That's, I think, what is the next move for them.
They may be a year in front of where they, or 2, and where they need to be. As strangely as it sounds, I think it's going to be, and I guess it's not that strange, but I think it matters how quickly Wemby can become a superstar. Mm-hmm. Not the given, like he's been given the superstar status, but sometimes he don't play like that.
Right. Sometimes he doesn't play.
Right. And so I like to be interested because I'm a huge fan of Steph Castle. I think he's the best player on the team.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I think Castle is that good. I think Dylan Harper is a top flight point guard. I wouldn't be surprised if he started next year and they have to figure out what they do with De'Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
That's just me.
Yeah. We'll look at one of the best teams in the West when we come back. KD hitting a game winner despite that giant chip on his shoulder. More on the Kings coming up, too, with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
This is the Drive, baby.
Alan Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes, beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Alan Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Alan's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your #1 sports station in Sacramento. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Kings and Mavs tonight. Got an update on Keegan Murray's ankle situation, injury. Before we get to that, some quick 49er notes. How about this, Jay? Matt Barrows with an update on what the 49ers are doing about their linebacking situation. 47 minutes ago in X, Matt Barrows says the 49ers are signing linebacker Kaiser White to their practice squad. They worked him out with Milo Eifler today. So.
Yeah. I've heard of Kaiser White, not the second gentleman.
Yeah. And Dieter Kurtenbach has been looking at some film. I know he's been on the show. Dieter Kurtenbach says on X, going through the tape, and the Eagles' defense is surprisingly gettable on the ground.
Well, Niners haven't been too strong on the ground.
Exactly.
But
Yes, that's not as encouraging as it looks to me because the 49ers haven't been able to run the ball. And I know some people talked about it earlier in the year, and then we kind of just moved off of it. But, I just don't think Christian McCaffrey's quite the same guy. I know the holes haven't been there, but in 2023, he was like a force of nature. 2023, and the big difference is on first and second down, as I was reading today. On first and second down in 2023, the Super Bowl year, Christian McCaffrey averaged 5.4 yards per carry. That's 2023 first and second down. This year, on first and second down, 3.9 yards per carry. How many times do the 49ers give the ball to CMC on first and second down? He gets stuffed, and then you're facing second or third and long. That's just been one of the biggest problems this year. It's not all on him, but certainly some of it is on him. And it also is just a matter of he's been pretty good this year on the ground, great receiving. But it's just in 2023, it was just otherworldly. And unfortunately, the 49ers can't expect that kind of production from anybody year to year. He was amazing that year. On first and second down in 20 and 23, 5.4 yards per carry, 1,337 rushing yards, and 14 touchdowns. This season, those same numbers, 3.9 yards per carry, 1,064 rushing yards, 7 touchdowns. Like I said, that's not bad, but that's nowhere near what they got from him in 23.
Yeah, you're talking about MVP status season 2023, Whitey.
Mm-hmm.
We're comparing him to an MVP season? That's tough,
what
man.
they needed from him.
Yeah,
and
well,
overall, that was, as I said, that was just first and second down. For the year, McCaffrey at 3.9 yards per carry, 39th in the NFL, right behind Isaiah Pacheco and ahead of Chuba Hubbard. And the 49ers in expected play over average running the ball, they were 22nd in the league.
That's poor for the 49ers.
Yeah.
I thought Shanahan didn't utilize B-Rob enough, and someone that we continue to keep calling out, the guy who closed out 2 games for you last year. Garindo did get 1 carry.
Right.
1 carry. We didn't see, and it could be because of the injuries, but normally they have a wide receiver end around a few times. You rarely saw that. I think Sky Moore, to the best of my knowledge off the top of my head, I can remember 2 end arounds. I thought CMC definitely wasn't the same, but I also think a lot of the injury situation, Purdy not being there for some games, caused them to have to divert from what they normally do. But I also thought B-Rob could have got a few more carries too.
Yeah, and McCaffrey, like we said, like everyone knows, he was phenomenal out of the backfield. And the offense would have been dismal without him. It's just as far as that, the 49ers running the ball, setting up play action, setting up everything. They just couldn't get that going at all this year.
Yeah.
They were like, okay.
Yep.
So, getting back to the meat of the matter. Yeah, the Eagles, you can run on them, but I don't know if the 49ers can.
Might not be capable of doing it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Keegan Murray's not going to be capable of playing for a while. The word came out this afternoon. The results of his MRI revealed that he has a moderate sprain of his left ankle, so 3 to 4 weeks before he's evaluated. So I guess, Jay, from a basketball standpoint, the Kings are so shorthanded as it is at the wing position. My guess would be DeMar slides to the 3 and Zach's back in the starting lineup at the 2. But it's just the reason it's so unfortunate is, again, this year is about seeing what you have in Keegan and giving him every chance to continue to grow into the type of top player you want him to be. So, 3 to 4 weeks, there's still plenty of season left, but man, just keeps getting injured.
Trade deadline. That's trade deadline at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see you next month, February. Month of love.
Mm-hmm.
Short month.
Mm-hmm.
Black History Month. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I truly don't know. What I normally do in life is this. And this, for me, I kind of assimilate to Keegan. There's always, and we open the show talking about, you can always continue to learn. You should always continue to learn. You should always be capable of educating yourself as you get older. With that being said, there definitely comes a time where we're just going to have to put the stamp on Keegan of who he is, man.
Yeah, but we're not there yet.
No, we're not. But injuries don't help that.
Nope.
Right? They don't help it. They just truly don't assist in knowing what Keegan is. But there is a but for me, and I said that's how I operate. There is also going to come a certain time where that's just who you are. Injury prone, banged up a little bit, maybe not the star that we're looking for, and that's fine, and that's okay. It truly is. It's going to be okay to say, yeah, he might not be the guy we're thinking.
He might not be, but I think he's already proven he's a player.
Yeah,
he may not be like 1 or a 2, maybe right. He will be, but he's a player. He helps you.
Of course.
Yeah, and I know this year the shooting has been off, and I think that has had to do with the injuries, but he defends, he rebounds. So it's just a matter of how close to his ceiling he can ever get. But he's not I shouldn't even have to say this, but fans, they get angry and they get frustrated. He's not a bust. There's no world is Keegan Murray a bust.
Far from.
No,
absolutely not.
Nowhere on the radar.
He is, and that's the thing. That's why we consistently have these conversations about him, because he's on the precipice of like, just one more step, one more, get there, and you'll be an all-star. And it's, that's always one of the most difficult lines to teeter, because we all can see it. We know he has the talents. For whatever reason, that just has not happened.
I think you hit the nail on the head right there. I'm thinking back to Bill Simmons when the Kings signed Keegan to the extension. Bill Simmons on his podcast, they take a lot of shots at the Kings. He said, I would never give that kind of money to a guy who's never going to be an all-star. And I think that's it with Keegan. Is he ever going to be an all-star? He can be. Is he going to be, or is he just going to be a pretty good?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Kings obviously need him to be an all-star plus talent.
Yes. I think the toughest part for where the Kings lie with Keegan, and let me know how you feel about it, is because he's kind of in the blender. He's kind of up and down. We don't really know. It kind of forces you as an organization to stall out some of your plans because you're kind of waiting for something to happen. Or at least, and that's why I say put the stamp on it, label it, so to say. Like what is he to the Kings? And I'm not exactly sure what he is. We do know that he has all-star capability. We do know he's a 3-and-D type of guy. We do know he's a heck of a shooter. We're just not seeing it up to this point. We also know he's a heck of a defender. Can they all be combined together and packaged as one player? I think that's what we're all trying to figure out.
Looking at the total rebuild picture, we know that Scott Perry has indicated through various means, and he's come out and all but stated it and, written it on our foreheads and backwards and showed us the reflection in the mirror. The Kings are in a rebuild. It has started. he said we're in phase 1. But I think some have suggested, I don't know if the rebuild has really started yet. Because what have they done? They have pretty much the same players. Yeah, they intend to rebuild, and they're still in the phase where they're evaluating things. But has the rebuild actually started? To me, I think that's what's frustrating for a lot of fans. I'll just speak for myself. I understand they have committed to the concept, but that's why this trade deadline is so important. Has the rebuild started? Yeah, clearly it started. Look at the record. But they really can't commit to it the way they want to until they're able to move off of some of these players, and it might take longer than any of us wanted to, and that's frustrating, Jay, because we want to get on with it. Get the older players out, get them into places where they're happier, and bring in the new, fresh blood, or at least the assets. But they're just kind of stalled out right now on all of that.
Yeah, it feels like Groundhog's Day. Every single day we're waking up and we're just repeating the same.
Right, same trade rumors.
Right.
Lakers like Keon. I know.
Right.
The Bucks might want Levine. I know that.
Exactly.
I know that.
So it's like, oh, well, until the dam breaks, we're all in suspense waiting. We're just we really are. In the NBA right now, we need the dam to kind of overflow a little bit. If nothing else, just something overflow and drop into the gully, you know?
Yeah. We got to clean the gutters out.
Yes.
That's what I didn't do.
True. That's all right, man. It's all good.
It's hard.
You got a bunch of trees up around the house? Come on, man.
Yeah. I was up on the roof, but I didn't clean out the gutters. I put the Christmas lights up.
I was going to say,
what do you think?
Have you taken the lights down?
Have not.
Okay.
You know, yesterday was the 12th day of Christmas. You know, the whole on the first day. Yeah, it was yesterday. So now Christmas is really kind of over.
It's officially over, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Kind of over. So, you know, the next phase, whenever that does start, that's going to be frustrating too, because there will be, if you bring in a new player, there's going to be some initial excitement. You know, I want to see this. But, you know, this year's going to be rough. There's going to be a time where it's like, I thought they might win more games. They're not going to win a lot of games this year. The excitement's going to be once there's going to be moments here, there, hopefully tonight, but it's going to be about the lottery and hitting the lottery.
So if you're telling me now we should start talking to the Sam Vicinis of the world.
Sure.
The guys who cover the draft knee deep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No problem. Look, we got a bunch of those guys. But I understand. And that's why I said it's Groundhog Day. And not just for the Kings. I truly think it's the same thing with the NBA, and I think that's what you were alluding to with the Giannis and, the Trae Young. We're all in a waiting pattern. We truly are with the NBA. Very, very interesting. And Keegan, and this is what Keegan does. And we have these conversations, Whitey, about Keegan, and it's just, you get so many responses from so many different avenues of the kingdom because he's that type of guy that festers up these conversations. And to me, that is, it really just kind of exemplifies the fact that he has all the potential in the world, but for whatever reason, we haven't seen it. You just look at like Keegan will never be capitalized, an all-star. This is Carmichael Day, whatever.
Yeah.
84-18. Nothing says Keegan will be an all-star. Heck, he's going to be 26 at the start of next season. Okay? I got you. Kingstown 85, Whitey, is there a worse wide-open three-point shooter in the league? I'm thinking he's talking about Keegan. I think he's literally surprised when he makes one.
This year, his three-point shooting has been terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. But I was a little distracted there, Jay, as you were talking. I heard everything you had to say. But I checked the text line.
Okay.
And we appreciate everybody listening and all the opinions, even if you disagree with us, even if we disagree with you. Here's somebody who says from the 916, and if they put their name on here somewhere, I don't see it. So if you've given your name, I apologize. As of today, there is zero evidence we're in a rebuild. We just suck, but that alone is not evidence of a rebuild. I think there is evidence you're in a rebuild, in my opinion, because of just look at some of the roster decisions and what's been said. But I understand your point, and that's what I'm saying too, is like, well, has it started yet? But what really caught my eye is this person saying Keegan and Kuminga are basically the same 2K rating.
Ooh.
I don't think you should be basing any basketball decisions on somebody's 2K rating. They are identical now, with Kuminga having way more upside. Not popular opinion, but I'd rather have Kuminga than Keegan if the money was identical. How could they be identical now? Kuminga hasn't done anything yet. And you could say, well, he hasn't had a chance. Okay, whether he has or not. He hasn't done anything. And Keegan has not fulfilled his potential. Keegan already set as a rookie record, which I think has been broken, for most threes by a rookie. And his shooting right now, they're not the same. Kuminga is still like, he might be something. Keegan is something. We don't know if he'll ever be what we want him to be, what the team wants him to be, but they are not the same. Jay, I don't know how you feel about, but Keegan and Kuminga right now, they are not the same.
If I'm hearing you correctly, Keegan is a known commodity.
Yes,
with JK, we don't know.
Kuminga could get to this level.
Sure.
Maybe. Keegan right now is at maybe this level. Keegan could probably get to this level. But Kuminga right now, he hasn't done anything.
Yeah. You know, it's...
Nothing, Jay!
I hear you. There's always value in the unknown. Would you agree with that?
Well,
in
sure.
sports, right?
Yeah,
a lot of times,
there's potential.
The unknown.
He has a great deal of it. I agree with that.
Yeah. And I think that's where I'm with you. We know Keegan is a known commodity, and we know what he's presenting at the table at the moment. Where Kuminga, we can see maybe what he can present at the table. He just hadn't sat down at the table for the most part, and if he has, it's kind of at the kiddies table. Like, yeah, you're on the kiddies table. At least Keegan's at the big boy table. But I think you're always going to get those conversations, Whitey, until, time. Of course, time will tell us those things. But also because Kuminga isn't a known commodity yet, and people like you said, potential. The unknown is a high value. The draft pick in 2031 is a high value. It's an unknown. It's a commodity.
But it's really not worth getting as agitated as I just did, because the Kings don't want one or the other. They want both. Yeah. So, I think we can agree on that. Doesn't matter who's better. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think the Kings would be nice if they had both. Two young.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the Kings with two young wings with upside? Been a while since we've seen that.
Ever. What do you mean a while? Can you tell me when? When has that been? It's never been here.
Yeah. So we can agree to disagree. Kuminga, Keegan, but the Kings would love to have both.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. It's frustrating, and it's part of the conversation of just what we're talking about, the movement, the dam, the overflowing of the dam, the breaking of the dam is when we have the dam still upholding all the water and holding everything and nothing's creeped out, it just gives us all these avenues and time and, space to go ahead and create potential in the unknown, where we're looking for some things to be known. We're looking for a name to be traded. We want movement. Part of the rebuild, which I agree with you, the Kings are in a rebuild situation, and the way they're going about it is just not as fast for some people. And I respect that. I get it. But they're in a rebuild, no doubt about it.
And one of the tells to me clearly is some of the decisions that are being dictated.
Sure.
I'll leave it at that.
Yep. You can tell.
Yeah.
Starting lineups, minutes, all those things. Trae says still in on Kuminga. Timeline fits, and whether people believe he's that guy or not, the most important thing is he believes it.
Yeah.
We need dogs
He's
like that on our team.
I understand why the Kings would look at that and go, hey, we want to get younger. Let's see what we got there. I understand that. By the way, I mentioned Durant before we get to the phones. I mentioned KD. Kevin Durant with a game-winning shot Monday night against the Suns, and he says it meant more to him because, he said, quote, most definitely a place that I didn't want to leave. My first time, I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will. My first time to be kicked out of a place. He hit a 27-footer to give the Rockets the victory over a Suns team that is playing surprisingly well. And then they did the thing where they have their it's like the beam, but Kevin Durant smacks the button and the scoreboard is on fire or something. It
will be lit in Sacramento.
Whatever it is. But I thought that was interesting. Kevin Durant can be as petty as anybody. He's like,
for sure.
Yeah, I'm glad I beat him.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want me. And he says, what did he say? Oh, I probably will forget it when I get home. I probably won't remember. Yeah, quote, by the time I get home tonight, I probably won't even remember it. Well, I will remember it. But I'll try my best to forget about it and move on to the next one.
I love it. Just stick the knife in a little deeper, KD.
Yeah.
Whatever's going to get you fired up and competitive, I'm all for it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
As long as you leave it there on the court and he's still on the court, he's still having a conversation after the game, I'm with it.
Mm-hmm.
Especially a veteran, a wily veteran like him, a star, superstar. It's got to, from everything we've ever heard, KD is all about basketball. To the best of my knowledge, he doesn't have any children. To the best of my knowledge, he's never been married. Of course, he's had significant others. But everything we're always told is he's always about basketball. Like he lives, eats, sleeps, breathes basketball. So whatever's going to get him fired up and ready to go, I'm all about it.
He always seems so unhappy, but the more I look into it, I realize he's making himself unhappy.
Yes, sir.
He kind of thrives off of that.
Yes.
So it's like he's fine, but he's just creating that.
You have to, right?
Yeah. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Gary's been hanging on. Hey, Gary. What's up?
Hey, Whitey, I really agree with a lot of the things you were saying about Keegan and Kuminga. And the thing that I really like about Keegan is, when he first came into the league, he was basically just a spot-up three-point shooter. And I think he has really expanded his game a lot. In particular, starting on the defensive end, he's become a pretty good defensive player. He's improved his rebounding. And since he came back this year from injury, it really seems to me like he's improved his handle, and he's much better at getting into the lane and getting towards the basket. I think he's having some trouble finishing those shots, but I think that's just because he hasn't done that in the past, and I think that's going to get better and better. So I'm just really high on him, and this injury is really just terrible. But I still think the guy's got an amazing future, and I hope we hold on to him, and I hope he gets to play at the 3 spot because I think that really opens up his game.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate that very much. That's one thing that Kuminga would allow him to do. I was doing some stuff at the Warrior Station when they drafted Kuminga, and there was a lot of discussion over whether he could be a 3 or a 4, and he really has become more of a 4. So if they were to get Kuminga, and I'm not saying it's likely. Mark J. Spears says the Kings have a continued interest, but they would be able to play the two of them together.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
What from the 916? I'm gonna go ahead and let you answer this because you're the all-knowing seed of knowledge, right? 707. You're a product. Why do we keep?
I thought
hearing...
you were going to call me a prostitute.
Oh no, never. Okay. I mean, unless it's for ice cream or something.
Okay.
Why do we keep hearing the Kings want young players? We have Keon. We've got Devin Carter, but both can't see the court. Our rookie gets minimal minutes. Meanwhile, Westbrook gets 38 minutes last game. Tell me how that's developing our young players, Mr. Gleason.
It is not. You're correct. The Devin Carter thing, I don't know. I think that they probably have decided that he's not in their plans. And as far as Russ, at the end of the last game, and some of it was because of injury, but they were getting blown out by the Bucks, and it was the end of the game, and I think they had Levine and Westbrook and DeMar. And who else was on the floor? I remember looking at it going, wait a minute, Schroeder? I was like, wait, this is a blowout. And you've got these guys on the floor. They're showcasing guys? I'm not exactly sure. Keon's a mystery. He wasn't playing. And then remember, Scott Perry actually came on our show and we asked him about that. And he said, we love Keon. And the next game he played more. His minutes have been up and they've been down. I think they love what Keon is, and they're waiting to see whether they get what they are asking for him, a first-rounder. And I think if they get one, they would move him, and if they don't, they're fine. But I think they're not going to really start to play more younger players till A, they get more, and B, they're able to move off of the veterans. I know that's not a very good answer because I see what you see, and it's like, I just think they figure if we've got these guys, we've got to play them, and maybe at the very least it makes it more likely that someone else will want them? I don't know, Jay. I'm at a little bit of a loss as far as that goes myself. Devin Carter, my guess is, I haven't heard anything. I think they look at him as an organization and say, yeah, he ain't it.
He's not there. Yeah, he's not our guy.
I think it's too soon to make that
decision. Of course,
but
yeah. Another question, because I was, Keon, I was looking at his age a couple of weeks ago, and he put that person, not he, that person, because we don't know if that's a young lady or man.
Right.
They put Keon being young. He's 25 years old. What's young in the NBA?
To me, it's like younger than 25, really?
That's what I was thinking. I think we're thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Like under 25, you're probably considered young.
Christmas Eve or earlier, Christmas Day and later, it's like, you're not old, but you're not young. Yeah.
If you're 25 post-Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got you. I find it interesting because
the Kings got some like Groundhog Day guys on the team.
No.
I mean, right?
They do. They do. You know, I've never sat down, and maybe I need to do a better job of this. Maybe I need to look at all the ages of everyone that's on the Sacramento Kings. Because I know I think we have like the third oldest team. If I'm not mistaken, I just saw that a couple days ago. But the youngsters, like Keegan's, he's young, right?
Yeah.
Is he young?
We'll take a closer look at that when we come back. Also, that question you just asked, Jay, it's a great question, and I feel like it deserves a better answer, and we're going to try to give you one when we come back. It's kind of a mystery here. It's a conundrum. We'll see if we can't solve it next on Sactown Sports.
This is the Drive Guys. January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
This is the Drive Guys. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sactown Sports 1140.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CRV, HRV, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITVFest.com.
At InShape, we have a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, the after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, bodybuilder, walker, runner, swimmer, spinner, stretcher, rower, climber, jumper, dancer, boxer, sauna seeker, recoverer. Basically, if you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong at InShape. So whether it's your first time or your first time in a while, start the year strong and join today at InShape.com. Find a location nearest to you.
Guys, feeling low energy or low drive? It could be low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health, start with a free T-check and consultation. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off TRT. Book now at ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
We've got more tackle. Grab deep discounts on a huge selection of fishing gear, apparel, and accessories at the giant Fisherman's Warehouse booth. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
We're just looking at the Kings roster crunch, roster conundrum. Are we in a rebuild? Have the Kings started the rebuild? Of course they have. But of course, some people are wondering, well, wait a minute. Why aren't they playing the younger guys then? And I think some of it, Jay, is when you have committed to DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook and Dennis Schroeder and Zach LaVine, you kind of have to play them, don't you? And I know fans say, well, no, you play the younger guys. But if those guys are on your roster and you're paying them all that money, you kind of, I think you're stuck playing them until you're able to move off of them.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people disagree and say, no, they got to sit. And I was like, to me, it's like, you're doing, I don't know. If you've brought them in, it's with the understanding that you're going to play and not sit for some younger player. It's not a good answer, but I think that's what it is.
Yeah, the toughest part is can you complete a rebuild, or I guess ease into a rebuild and still have players who, two things, they garner a lot of money and they need a lot of attention when it comes to ball, right? When it comes to the ball, meaning they need the ball in their hands, they're ball dominant, they're getting a lot of the minutes. I don't know, and I think that's part of to try to help you answer the question, Whitey. I think we're being told one thing, sometimes being showed another thing, and then at the same time, not to be a broken record, I think also it's nothing as the actions have not been put behind the fact of what most people consider a rebuild. Mm-hmm. And really it's because I think, and I don't have the best, I don't know this, I don't have the knowledge. I just think that nothing is there for Scott Perry of value that he believes will, assist in speeding up the rebuild. A rebuild, the speed of a rebuild is one conversation, but also coming out and saying we're going to rebuild or we're going to tear down or we're going to tank is another conversation. And I think we've been told that this team is going to rebuild. In their own words, the Kings organization, no shortcuts, mm-hmm. Right? We're not, as Scott talked about right here, just because December 15th comes around doesn't mean that, we're going to be trading on December 15th. There's 29 other people in the league that have my same position. He said right here. He's talked about it in the Mark Spears piece. Look, we know we're not up to snuff. We know we need to get better. We know we want to make a move. We just haven't been able to yet. Mm-hmm. And some people take that as, well, you ain't done anything, so you ain't rebuilding yet. Nah, that's not the same thing. But to the eye of the beholder, I can understand.
Yep, me too. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Lawrence has been hanging on. Lawrence, how are you? What can we do for you?
Hey, guys. Good talk about the rebuild. It is really important, and I think that there's a framework for how to do that. And you got to hold on to guys like the reporting about, holding on to Levine, these deals from the Bucks, holding on for a pick. You have to hold on to guys in those deals. You can't just give them away, and you have to hold on. And you can't be precious. I'm on the opinion that even those guys, like I love Keegan, I love players, and like you guys were saying, they're not young guys. A real rebuild, if we want to be real, we have to treat players like how the Pelicans are treating like Trey Murphy. Where it's like you can get like 3 first-round picks for guys like that. Like we have to really consider what we can do with the rebuild. Keegan is a very valuable player to other teams. Is he I know he's he's Mr. King right now. I love him, but what are we really doing here? Like if we want to really build a contender, you have to give something to get something. So that's my message to Kings fans.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. Just looking at the roster, and Jay brought it up, and I'm just looking here, not at age, but at experience. You got DeMar's 16 seasons, Westbrook 17, then Keon 3. Although he's going to be 26 in 2 days.
Yep.
So he's only played 3 years, but he's not like NBA. He's not old, but he's not young. Nick Clifford, a rookie, but he's 20, going to be 24. Schroeder, 12 years. Malik, 8 years. Precious, 5 years. Drew Eubanks, 7 years. And you got Maxime as a rookie. Zach LaVine, 11 years. Keegan, 3 years, but he's born in 2000. DeMonis, 9 years. Then you got Devin Carter, and you got Dylan Cardwell. Doug McDermott, 11 years. Dario Saric, 8 years. You got a lot of experience on this roster. By the way, Daquan Plowden, active tonight, Jay, my guy.
Yes, sir, your guy. Attaboy.
Uh-huh.
Shouts out to DQ, friend of the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Daquan's 27.
Mm-hmm.
Man, goodness gracious.
And there's so many NBA players now. We could look it up here. And some of the rosters, they got guys that are 20.
Yeah.
Wemby just turned 22 yesterday.
Man.
Yeah.
The Kings are 4th. I thought they were 3rd. They're 4th as far as oldest team in the league. Clippers 28.6, Warriors 27.5, Houston Rockets 27.4, and the Kings are 27.3. The Knicks are 27.2. Bucks 26.5. So the average age for the Sacramento Kings is 27, and that's the toughest part when you really look at it. I asked, what is considered young in this league? Mm-hmm. Well, there's 4 guys on this roster who are 24 and under. Max, Devin Carter, Neek, and Dylan Cardwell. Dylan Cardwell's 24 as a rookie.
And he's a two-way.
Two-way guy, yeah. And, you probably could consider Devin Carter that too at this point. 25 and under. So we have 3 guys who are the age of 25, Keegan, Keon, and Isaiah Stevens, who's a two-way guy. Everybody else is 26 and up. Precious 26, Malik 27, Daquan 27. Look, we're not ID checking. All I'm saying is this. And Lawrence makes a great point, and I definitely want to dive into what he talked about. There is a common denominator, I think, when I talk about ages and we're talking about some of the older teams. The Clippers, coming into this season, they had championship aspirations. Did they not? No, it hasn't played that way. And Chris Paul not being there also would probably adjust that age as well. The Warriors had championship aspirations. Rockets, championship aspirations. The Knicks, championship aspirations. The Bucks, and I'll stop there because I only gave that. All those teams had championship aspirations. And they're the older teams in the league.
Right.
The Kings are smack dab in there with 4th, and they didn't have no championship aspirations coming into the season. To me, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That is a huge issue. And you have to adjust around that.
It's a red flag. It's a roster red flag.
100%.
Wait a minute. Something's wrong here.
You're definitely right there, Whitey. And that kind of phases me into what Lawrence is talking about. And I agree with what Lawrence is talking about in the form of this. And I've said this numerous times. Kings fans are spectacular because when the minute, even guys like C.D. Sissoko, right? Sissoko.
Yeah.
When
C.D. Sissoko.
Sissoko, there you go.
I wish they had him back, by the way.
He's balling, actually. He's doing some things up there. But he
put on a purple sock, and they're like, oh, he's my guy, right?
He's my guy.
Yeah.
That's my guy. Where's his jersey? I'm getting ready to go right there to the G1C and get a CD jersey pressed
He
up.
ain't even put the other sock on yet.
Not even close. And that's what makes the Kingdom fantastic. But it also has a downfall to that. And that's what Lawrence is talking about. And that's on the flip side, and I'm playing devil's advocate for the fans who are like Lawrence and some of the fans what we're talking about. They're not in a rebuild, Whitey, Jay. They're not rebuilding because the organization, albeit I can understand, but I'm playing the devil's advocate, is saying that you're telling us you're in a rebuild, but you ain't done nothing. Take the pennies on the dollar. Draper said yesterday, Kings ain't going to take 10 cents to the dollar.
No.
But fans are like, we ain't winning anyway.
Right.
And that's the thing. Well, we continue to talk about Keegan's upside and his potential and everything else. He ain't going to be 5 years. If we're talking about 4 to 5 years, what could be the common average of a rebuild or a tank to turn your organization around, Scott Perry, the organization, BJ, everybody said no shortcuts. So you're telling me it's going to take 4 or 5 seasons. Well, guess what? Keegan going to be 30.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't going to be part of the rebuild, the next step.
Fair enough, but you can't trade him now because by rule, you would not be able to trade him till this offseason.
Sure.
But I do think, for what the Kings are saying, and they did give him the money, that's a huge commitment. And they said, we don't want to trade him. We're not going to trade him.
Right.
They couldn't. By the way, they literally could not.
Can't right now. Exactly.
Yeah, but I think
Lawrence said Keegan, so I was speaking to what Keegan
Yeah,
said.
I know. But I think it's a fair point, but not till this year ends. And I think it gets back to why Keegan's injury again is so unfortunate. The Kings love Keegan, and he could be a cornerstone for them. But a lot of this year still is for Scott Perry to evaluate. How good is Keegan?
Right.
They love Keegan, but let's be honest, it's professional sports, and they're still evaluating what they have there and how what they have fits into the bigger picture.
Yes.
Which is still all coming together. They're a long ways here. They've got all these things. We can't do anything till I get these boxes. Jay, I got these cardboard boxes. I can't do anything till you help me get rid of some of these boxes I'm carrying into the room. And I got a Westbrook box, and I got a Levine box, and I got a DeMar DeRozan box. They're nice boxes, but I can't do anything till I'm able to unload them.
But I'm here. Go devil's advocate. I'm Daquan J. Powers. Mr. Gleason. I'm calling up.
Mm-hmm.
I hear what you're saying, But none of these guys are worth value. We've been told so much throughout the league.
It's a big box.
I understand. But guess what we can do? Let me go ahead and call the Beacon folks, and let me get you some movers down there, and we can assist in getting some of those big boxes out of the arena.
You gonna bring me something of use, or do I have to pay you to come in and take the box off my hand?
Well, you're gonna have to pay me, but at least I'll supply you with the cardboard. And I'll give you the transportation.
Yeah.
And it may not be, we may not be able to drop the pod off in front of the organization for you to go ahead and allow your own contingency to put it in there. But no, that part of our moving experience is you pay us to come do it for you. Yeah. And in reality, that's where we're at with the Kings. And I think those are the conversations and the arguments and we consistently have twofold. You got one side of the kingdom who's like, yo, hold on to everything and get every single penny that you possibly can for Russ, who's a Hall of Famer, and Zach's got to be worth something. And then you have some people who's like, man, these dudes ain't going to be here for 5 years anyway. And if it's going to take 5 years, if it's going to take a handful of years, 4, 5, 6, 7, then let's get on with it. Because we ain't going to be good. You, meaning the league, the media, and even the team is telling us, it don't matter for the next 4 years if we're going to be good or not. We just want to see this thing get started. Hit the green button and let the power kick on. And that's the toughest part, Whitey. That's why I said it's the kingdom is split. Excuse me. You said this. You've been saying this for a long time, and you allow me to jump on your bandwagon. You said you had never seen the kingdom this split. Earthquake style.
Yep.
We're right there.
Chasm.
Ooh, I like that's a good word.
Yeah. Conversation continues when we come back. Also, what Russ said to Ryan Rollins next on Sactown Sports.
This is the Drive, baby. Alan Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes. Beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Alan Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Alan's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your #1 sports station in Sacramento. Sactown Sports 1140.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Has the rebuild for the Kings even started yet? They would tell you it has. A lot of fans look at the roster and say, I don't see any rebuild that started yet. And gets us back to what we were talking about yesterday. Do the Kings need to do something at the deadline? Do they have to make some moves? Even if they have to attach some sweeteners to move off of players, even if they have to take pennies on the dollar, so to speak, to move some of these players. I don't think that's a good idea. I understand the frustration. Here's what it reminds me of, and this is an imperfect comparison, so bear with me. Years ago, Jay, you know I'm not a Giants fan like you. That is, you and I are not Giants fans. When Farhan took over the Giants, and it was actually the COVID year, and he inherited a team that had Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford and Buster Posey and some veterans of that ilk. There were a few others. And a lot of people in the Bay Area at the time and in Northern California, a lot of Giants fans in Northern California were saying, just get rid of those guys. It's time to move on. Get rid of you got Joey Bart. What can it hurt? I was on the radio with people that would say, what can it hurt? It's time to do that. And Farhan, I know he didn't do a great job overall there in the view of many, but he held on to those pieces. And then the next year, they won 107 games. I look back on that and I thought, wow, that was really wise in terms of managing your assets. He could have just spun off pieces to get rid of things and maybe gotten young players, but players have value. The veteran Giants then had value, and the players on the Kings roster right now have value. I know, as I said, some of the veterans are kind of blocking other moves. But if you take a guy, let's just say DeMar, if you take DeMar DeRozan and you send him somewhere and you get back far less than you know he's worth, that's not good asset management. And while it might be a little bit satisfying in the short term, like, well, now we can move on, ultimately you don't benefit from it. That's my view.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I just know there's fans consistently on the daily we hear that say, no. Whitey, no.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, no. Scott Perry, no. You're telling us one thing. We want to see it now.
Right.
It's toughest part, really the toughest part of all is being patient. Many different avenues of life, being patient is very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're talking about professional sports and being a fan of an organization who, let's just not sugarcoat it, ain't really brought nothing to the table for fans. You asking me consistently to be patient again and not even to be champion. We're just even talking about to get the snowball rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yeah.
I guess it's difficult.
But you have equity in those players. And I know that you don't have as much as you should because the roster has not been managed as well as it should. But still, the equity you have in some of those players, if you're just get rid of them, we just fire sale, we'll take anything back, then you end up with less than you started with. And ultimately, that's not a good thing. All the reports, I was just going to say, I know we talked about this earlier today, all the reports on trades, this guy, maybe, Trae Young, there's talks of, well, if they move him, teams are going to want the Hawks to attach, draft capital. So it looks like teams right now at least would be telling the Kings, yeah, we'll take so-and-so and so-and-so, but you're going to have to attach draft capital. And the Kings don't want to do that, and that's why they may end up retaining those guys.
Yeah, I would definitely, if it takes me having to spend a few assets to get rid of some bigger name players or bigger contracts, then no, absolutely not. Absolutely.
Like Jerry told us last time we talked to Jerry Reynolds about this on the air, and he said, maybe some seconds if I could do that. Maybe.
Yeah, spin it.
But first round picks, no.
No way. No how.
That's just not,
no doubt.
I'm setting myself back.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Kings have definitely had these conversations, but for argument's sake, for conversational pieces, I truly think the Kings have to come to fruition and have to say, we like these 3 or 4 guys and everybody else is wide open. And also, it's like this, Whitey. Have you, more times than not, people who have certain all possessions, personal possessions, we tend to, for the most part, overvalue those because they are our possessions. And I remember as a kid, baseball cards.
You attach sentimental value to something.
Absolutely, right? And Emron speaks about that, True Sports Cards. You and Emron host a show every Saturday here.
He's a heartless SOB, isn't he? Sell it. It has no value.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Right? But he talks about some things not having the monetary value, but more sentimental value. I don't know where the Kings lie with some of the sentiment and versus truly the monetary value and how they see things. But again, I'll go back to Lawrence's phone call. There are some pieces, remove Keegan because right now he can't be traded, but there are a piece or two that may bring some value that the Kings may have to come off and just say, you know what? Sentimentally, it means a lot more. And yeah, he is a great player. He is a good player. He fits what's going to happen, the persona of who we want to be 3 years down the road. But right now, 3 years down the road is a long time. It really is, especially when we're talking about seasons and we're talking about professional sports. We're talking about CBAs and cap and apron and all that. Things can change in a hurry. And that's the conversations that I believe the Kings are having. And it's very difficult conversations. And I consistently say we won't know until the first move, the first domino is dropped with the Kings, truly who they value versus what they value. And I think that's the conversation they're having is sometimes the possession of having something or saying that you have it or whatever the concept of that is, sometimes you can miss your blessing. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where we're at. And that's like when you talk about the conversations from that side of the Kings, again, continuing to play devil's advocate, the Lawrences of the world is, and he brought up Keegan, so we'll stick there, is we know he's great. We know he's good. We know he has a value. But how long are we going to overanalyze him being a King? If that's what's going to bring some things and get some movement started, then I think there's a big majority of Kings fans who are like, then get him out of here.
I think the most fascinating part of that, as you've been talking about that today, is this. And I know I've been one of those people that said, oh, you've got a few guys that fit your timeline, and we know who they are, especially your youngest guys. But as you said, Jay, a guy like Keon, I like Keon. A guy like Keegan, I like Keegan.
Yeah.
Do they fit your timeline if it's going to take multiple years to turn this thing around? Scott Perry, in all fairness, has said, I haven't put a timeline on it. You don't really know. But that's a fair question. And I think the Kings probably won't know for sure, but after this year, they may have a clear idea. Like, we could turn this thing around within a couple years, or, it's going to take longer than we thought. So that may change the way they view a guy like Keegan specifically.
Yeah.
To the points you made.
Yeah.
Keegan's going to be in his prime for 4 or 5 more years, and if it's going to take us that long, we're probably better off moving him.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't come to that, but that's on the board as well, or at least it could be on the board depending on how the rest of this year goes.
Which is the super interesting part of it is I think that has played a part in the Keon conversation.
Yeah. He and Keegan, I think, are the two, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, man, we know he's a ball player, and we know that he could do some great things on the floor for the Sacramento Kings, even right this moment, and he's doing some of those things. But is he available in other places, and can you get something back from him? I'm not sure. Time will tell. We'll figure that out. But I think that's the most fascinating part of this is you really look at the kingdom and the way it's split. What's the word you used? I said
chasm.
Chasm.
Yeah,
there you
right,
go.
Yeah.
The chasm between the Kings fans. Yeah.
We'll get back to the phones when we come back. Also, a peek at a potential Zach LaVine trade to Milwaukee, how that may actually be shaping up. Next with the Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
This is the Drive, baby. Alan Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes. Beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Alan Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Alan's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your number one sports station in Sacramento. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-511-4545. That's 800-511-4545.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
So, guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITBfest.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Yeah, we got Kings basketball tonight. Kings and Mavs tip off in, I don't know, what is like 7 or 8 hours, Jay?
Yeah, midnight.
Yeah. So that'll be tremendous fun. We're going to be on a little longer than usual, taking you up to game night. And it's been a big, big day here. I was on this morning on the morning show with Alan. We had the big announcement that Alan Stiles is going to be joining this show.
You let him on?
On Monday. Well, I'll just say this, Jay, in all seriousness. I've done this a long time. I've been privileged to have done this for a long time. And honestly, you'd think that as long as I've done this, they would at least ask what I thought, before bringing
Okay.
Just, they'd at least ask my opinion, or just, if not ask my opinion, give me a heads up.
Legendary.
Hey, this is going to happen. Rather than for me to find it out on Carmichael Dave's show. They're doing what? So
you came on this morning and they told you yo, you got
we got a meeting coming in for me. Okay, I'm in for the meeting. Wait, this is it? Him? Alan? So anyway.
What the morning show say?
They were sad, and I understand because they do the crossover with Alan every day, and they're not going to get to do that with him. And then I know Alan spent a good chunk of his first segment talking about, it's the end of the show. He's done a great job on that show, and I saw some of the comments here on the text line. A lot of people are like, oh, we're happy for you, but, we're going to miss you, and he has done a really good job, and he'd better continue doing so.
Wait, frankly. They're going to miss him?
Yeah.
What are they going to miss him?
Well, the people that are only able to listen to him.
Okay.
You're right. Those people should, you need to just listen to him later.
Yeah, I'm about to say, where's he going?
Right. But, some people, that's my routine is to listen to the radio at this time or that time.
Totally understand that.
Yeah.
Well, he's come to the big boys table.
Well, that's the thing. He's like, he's done a great job. Everyone's saying, and he has, but he ain't done nothing yet. Let's go. Right?
Absolutely. Now, guess what? Now he doesn't need his steak cut up for him. Now you got to come up here and actually use the knife. Yes, right. Come on, man. Come on, man. Use your own knife and fork.
Yeah,
brother.
yeah. So we've known Alan a long time. I've known Alan a long time. As I said today, I'd like to think I had a little something to do with him coming here in the first place. So we're very excited about that. And then that opened some doors and begged some questions. And I'll just say, stay tuned as far as all that goes. But we're excited about that starting on Monday. And Alan's going to have some special shows, wrapping up his run on the Alan Styles Show.
And Alan ain't doing nothing special. What's he doing special?
Kyle went in and he cut up some some bloopers or something. I don't know.
So what is he doing special?
Yeah. So that'll be fun.
Now he doesn't need a smoothie blended, huh? For him.
Yeah. He's excited. We're excited. It's gonna be fun. So thanks for thanks for sticking with us here. We've had a lot going on here, and we appreciate that. And we're looking forward to a big 2026. Looking forward to the game tonight and looking forward to the trade deadline. We have here, Jay, what may actually be some exploratory trade conversations that the Kings have had with the Milwaukee Bucks. I know this has been talked about by Mark J. Spears, and I think this is Evan Sittery had these details. The Bucks and Kings recently held exploratory trade talks centered on Zach LaVine. A lot of teams have a lot of exploratory trade talks with teams about a lot of players. Most of them don't go anywhere. So, settle down. But I have to admit, I got a little excited when I saw that. Milwaukee, this is based on just preliminary spitballing here. Milwaukee would send out Kyle Kuzma and Bobby Portis. The Bucks would get Zach LaVine. But, this is Evan Sittery again, according to Evan Sittery, Sacramento is adamant about Milwaukee's 2031 first-round pick being involved.
A sixth grader.
With Giannis's future up in the air, there's trepidation to include this pick. So the Bucks are like, Giannis, we could make this trade and Giannis could still say, I want out, and then we could be terrible and we're going to need that pick. So they don't want to include that pick. I don't think they will. I mean, would you? It'd be great if they did, but I can't see them doing that. So if that's really what it hinges on, and again, this is exploratory, things can change, but if the Kings are like, we would only do that or something like that if we get that 2031 first-round pick, I don't blame the Kings for holding that line, but I don't think Milwaukee's going to do it.
No, I wouldn't see why, because they're fighting for their lives to save Giannis. And if Giannis, and only they and Giannis and his team know what's been said in between. If Giannis is clearly said to, the organization, the ownership, the general manager, the front office, there's no way I'm coming back no matter what you do, then I think you have to move accordingly. It sounds like Milwaukee is still holding hope that they can change his mind.
Yeah.
Now, if Giannis has said, show it and prove it to me, still, if I'm the Bucks, you have to serve two masters, something you talk about, try to get it done now, but also plan and prep for the future. So the Bucks are just kind of, in a tough spot.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't if I'm the Bucks. I would not.
No, they don't have a lot of future assets. And for the Kings to ask for, one of those firsts, yeah, like I said, I understand why they would. But if you're Milwaukee, I mean, even if Giannis, if they talked to him today, he goes, I really feel good about that would be a good trade. Yeah, you should do it. You could do it, and they could lose 10 in a row, and he could go, yeah, now I do want out. And then, we already traded to 2031. So I don't see how they can do that.
Give it to me one more time. Let me make sure I have all the intricacies, because I seen it, but I was like, this is make-believe earlier today. Give it to me one more time.
And I believe Mark J. Spears has also indicated that something along these lines has
They've
at
had
least
conversations.
been discussed.
Yep.
Yes, not like, this is a pending deal. The Bucks and Kings, according to Evan Sittery, speaking of Alan Styles, they're very close. Bucks and Kings recently held exploratory trade talks centered on Zach LaVine. Milwaukee would send out Kyle Kuzma and Bobby Portis. We know that Vivek has been a Kyle Kuzma guy, and Bobby Portis, I think he was signed as a free agent by Scott Perry, I think. Scott Perry likes Bobby Portis. Anyway, Milwaukee would send out Kyle Kuzma and Bobby Portis, for Zach LaVine, but Sacramento is adamant about their 2031 first being involved with Giannis's future if there's trepidation to include this pick. That is, the Bucks, they're in no hurry to trade the 2031 when they don't know how long Giannis is going to be there.
Yeah. I think the Bobby Portis is 1, maybe 2 years too late for me.
I agree with that.
2 years ago,
It's possible that he and or Kuzma could be something you could still spin off.
Which is, I looked at Portis's. I'm looking up Kuzma's right now, but Bobby Portis has 2 more with the second year after this year being a player and option. So this is his first of a 3-year deal. He's got 2 years for sure on the books and a player option on the third year. 13, 14, and 15.
Going back to what you just said, Jay, if you go back to the Beam team, the summer after that Beam team, and I know Jerry Reynolds said this repeatedly, Bobby Portis would have been perfect.
Spectacular.
At that time. Perfect.
Spectacular. That's why I say he's
Yeah.
probably a year or two late on grabbing him. He's a ball player, but just where the Kings are. And then same, little different with Kuzma. He has 1 year after this year, and then following that, he'll be an unrestricted free agent. He's at 22. He has a de-escalating contract. Next year, he'll be at 20.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to look at it in this form. And this is, here I go with the other side of the kingdom who have consistently said hit the power button, hit the go button. Zach has 1 more year on his deal next year.
Well, he has, that's his option.
Option
right?
year,
Next year's
yes, his option year.
Yeah.
Same thing that we're talking about
Trae.
2 years down the road, or for Trae as well, but 2 years down the road for Bobby Portis. You're really accepting a deal that states you're going to keep Bobby Portis for the foreseeable future and hopefully, like as you said, probably be able to spin him because he's wanted. He's a veteran. He's a guy that's a glue piece and probably can take you over the top as a veteran. You know, maybe something like the Spurs would need. Just spitballing. Kuzma's done after next year, which is kind of the same thing. I'm betting on Zach to, opt into that $50 million deal. It's going to be a little under $50 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you take 22. You're just really looking at semantics and all about how quickly or if there's anything that you can do with Zach LaVine. And only Scott Perry knows that. B.J. Armstrong knows that. Paul Johnson, only they know all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's what it really comes down to is, and that's the sweetener that the Kings are looking for. Well, we're probably going to have to hold on to Portis and Kuzma next year, and that's cool. They're veterans. They come to play professionals. Bobby Portis is can do some things. Kyle Kuzma has some decent game, depending on who you ask. But we really need something else because really we're just moving money. You're taking 1 huge deal. We're taking 2 deals that equal that huge deal. What else are we really getting from it? So I think it's really semantics, and if hopefully it's easier to spend $20 million than it is $49 and $15 from Bobby Portis as well. It just gives you a little more leeway because the deals are a little smaller.
By the way, as I think about this, I think this may actually be Mark J. Spears reporting on this on ESPN. But the big question to me then becomes, all right, let's say that they are having these conversations and they revisit them and they're ongoing, and at some point Milwaukee says, we want to do that, but we will not give you the pick. If you're the Kings, do you do it anyway, or is it like, nope? Most fans would say, if you got a chance to move off of LaVine, you do it.
I'm in that boat.
To me, I would do it if I had reason to think that at some point I could get something of value, whether it be at this deadline or in the offseason for Kuzma or Portis.
I think
I don't see any way Milwaukee's going to go, yeah, you're right. Yes, we need Kyle Kuzma. Here's our 2031 first. I just don't think there's any way they would do that.
I'm with you. I think it comes down to just what you said is, would the Kings balk at, would they jump at the fact of having Portis and or Kuzma or both?
Would they drop that demand and just say, all right, we'll do
Take
that,
it.
or
versus the pick,
something along those lines.
I think, and I could be way off here. I truly believe that a $14 million Bobby Portis is a lot easier to move than Zach LaVine. That's just me.
Yeah, you'd think.
Yep. I would venture to say Kyle Kuzma.
And you get your Kyle Kuzma, which you've always wanted.
For that year, next year, right? And that's cool. That gives, I guess, the owner, Vivek, or the ownership group, somebody that they value or love, or
maybe
friends, or I don't know the relationship.
Anyway,
But I think an expiring contract at $20 million next year also would give you a little more availability and leeway to kind of manipulate and move and play the market a little bit than somebody that's making $49 million. For me, it just really depends on truly what Zach LaVine is really worth in the league. If he's not, we continuously keep hearing nobody wants Zach, nobody, and then every now and then we hear, well, the Bucks are a little interested, or the Pacers, or the Orlando, or somebody's interested in him, but it's going to take this or that. So I think the Kings really need to know the value of Zach LaVine, and I'm pretty sure they do.
I think this deal for the Kings comes down to this. You go back to the summer when they were talking with the Warriors about Kuminga, and again, I'm just going on what was publicly shared, what was reported. The Warriors wanted a pick, and the Kings were not going to give them a pick, and they refused to do that. But they hung in there hoping that maybe Kuminga would become available. They could work some out. Didn't work out. I think the Kings' play here is this. They know Milwaukee is looking at other players. According to reports, again, they have been kind of, I'll say, kicking the tires on Jeremy Grant, maybe Michael Porter Jr., So if Milwaukee looks at this with Zach LaVine and said, we don't want to give a pick, we don't want to do it. But if they're unable to do anything else, they may have to come back to you. I think that's the Kings' play, is to say, we need that first rounder. And if the Bucks say, no, we're out, I think if you're the Kings, you got to say, okay, and then you got to wait and see if they come back to you. And there's a very good chance they won't. But I think that's the play.
I can see it. I mean, that's the chances that you take going in that route.
And if it doesn't work and I can't move LaVine, I got him at least next year. I got him on presumably an expiring. And I know fans would go, no, you could have traded him.
Yeah.
I think that's the play. Is you still could.
I don't
the odds
know,
are against
Whitey.
it, but you could get a one. If you can get a first, woo, that's a home run.
Yeah.
Unlikely, but woo, that'd be a home run.
That's why I say I think it really depends on what Zach's true value in the league is. I know we hear from so many different insiders about his league. I mean, it's about his value. But I truly would be very interested to know, does anyone, like we know Milwaukee, we've heard one or two, three other teams. If there's only three teams, you're not playing with great chances. Your odds are they're uphill.
Right.
I don't know. I would really like to know, and we'll never know, but if I'm in that position, I would like to know what Zach LaVine's value truly is. And that would assist me in making the decision. I'm also, and I pause, I hesitate, I'm also probably against going into next season, I don't care expiring or not, of having this same repetition, like you said, Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
I think I'm changing anything. That's me. I'd rather have two guys that I could potentially split up and do something with, but also just some new blood in the building. Just fresh blood in the building. Because I think rolling out the same guys next year, albeit we're going to wait and sit on contracts for another season and a half, I just think that is...
I get it.
That is almost, that's blasphemy.
Well,
blasphemy to do that again for the Kings.
Not only is it that, and it certainly is blasphemous, it's also you run the risk of creating an environment that's not ideal for developing young players. Yeah, and I'm not saying these guys are malcontents or anything, but when you have the veterans and they got to get major minutes, it's just not an ideal situation in which to develop some of your younger players. Speaking of the Bucks, I know I mentioned this a little bit ago. Maybe you were there Sunday night, maybe you saw it on TV like I did, and we saw Russ going back and forth with Ryan Rollins a little bit, and then Russ was going back and forth with the Bucks bench. So here is apparently what went on, and I believe actually the video is viewed by a lip reader who says, here's what happened. So you had Kyle Kuzma, 3-point attempt, 30 seconds left on the clock. Kuzma misses a shot. Rollins takes totally rebound. And while he tried to jam it back in, Westbrook comes in hard and fouls him. Russ says, you didn't do bleep. Rollins says, look who's talking. I said what I said. Russ says, you ain't like bleep. I'm going to see you again. And then the Milwaukee bench gets into it, and they're yelling at Russ. Russ says, he ain't doing bleep. I don't give an F. Yeah. So that's what happened. the Bucks bench got involved, and Russ turned to them, and he was yelling at the whole bench, he ain't doing bleep. I don't give an F. So Russ wasn't having it.
Sound like everyday conversations on the floor.
And the funniest thing was seeing DeMar, who was just kind of looking over, watching it with kind of a half smile on his face, like, oh, there go Russ. So
I think of all of that I take from Ryan Rollins, might got a little more pepper on the table than I thought.
You like that?
Yeah,
huh?
I do.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
You know what impressed me is he's shooting his free throw and he's going back and forth with Russ, and he was like, what? Well, you heard I said what I said. He made the second free throw. Yeah.
Focus.
While he's going on after Russ like that.
I like that. That's coach right there. See, right there, that's a recruiter. That's coaching.
Let's get him in the deal.
Please.
Yeah.
You know they're not giving him up. I know you've been a Ryan Rollins fan, man. You see something in him, huh?
Oh, he's played really well this year.
Yeah.
For them. He's been a surprise. The Warriors had him. I remember he was with the Warriors.
Yeah.
Bounced around a little bit, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, he's scoring. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Interestingly, Carmichael, Dave, and I had that exact same conversation this morning off the air. Here's Jake with us on Sactown Sports. Hey, Jake, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for the call, guys. I just heard you talking about the Levine to Milwaukee deal, and I couldn't have come at a better time. I was at that game on Sunday night, and Giannis is still one of the best players in the world, obviously, but that Milwaukee team was terrible offensively without him. And you get a guy like Levine. I understand the 2031 pick is kind of the safety net for them in case he does leave, but let's be honest, if you're the general manager and you're not winning a championship this year or being competitive or even keeping Giannis, you don't have a job in 2031 anyways. Mm-hmm. So give up your resource and go get Levine, get rid of Portis, get rid of Kuzma, and go for it because it is kind of wide open right now. So that's just my 2 cents on it. And if you're the Kings, if you need to add Keon Ellis into it, would you do that?
Yeah, well, thank you, Jake. I don't know that I'd do that, but I know that Malik's name has also been bandied about in some of these reports involving the Bucks. I don't know if you could just plug Malik into that and make it work, to your point. If I needed to include Malik to make something like that happen for a one,
the money doesn't match
it's
up.
It's a 2031. Yeah, that I don't know about the money.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting back to if I could get a 2031, I wouldn't want to include Keon, but I would if I get a 2031 first. I think I would, Jay.
Man, we're talking about a 6th grader. Seriously, like a 6th grader.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm the Bucks, like Jake said, I'm trying to win now. If I'm the Kings, I'm looking for a 6th grader because that's probably when we'll be good.
Yeah. I'm going back and forth on that because I'm thinking about Keon. I'm keeping Keon or I'm moving him for a first. This wouldn't be him for a first because Keon, I wouldn't.
Well, yeah, it kind of is because if you
that's
say Zach and Keon for
right.
Portis, Kuzma, and a first, well,
Zach and Malik, I think I'd be more inclined to do than Zach and Keon. And again, as you said, well, the money doesn't work. I know, so you'd have to figure out something.
Keon's work because technically by trade you can be plus or minus $2 million off per each figure, right? Mm-hmm. So Zach is what, 47, whatever it is. He's at 47. Porter's at 14.
I think Zach's
higher than that.
Yeah, I thought. You may be right. Maybe I'm thinking of next year's extension.
Let's see.
I apologize. Maybe it's 49 next year.
He's collecting some coin. Let's get it twisted.
The best
46. He's at 46.
Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize. The best thing here would be to get a pick in this upcoming draft. That would be phenomenal.
Yeah.
But people are not going to, just, oh, yeah, you want one? Sure. I mean, there's a lot of teams. That speaks to how difficult this is for the Kings as they are in this rebuild mode or the evaluating mode leading up to the rebuild. Is you got other teams around you that are also tanking, and you're facing one tonight potentially. I don't think they would admit that publicly.
Sure.
But depending on what happens with AD and they trade him, if they decide that, yeah, we want to go after high draft picks again, they're further along than you because they won the lottery last year. So you're competing with other teams that, it's one thing to say, we are tanking, but there's other teams that you're competing with that have, we started that 2 years ago. They're further along. It's hard to keep up with them, Jay, especially when you're stuck like you are.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think you're spot on. For me, and this may just be I'm more of a gambler, so to say. If I'm looking at that deal from the Kings' position, I'm pulling the trigger. But I also go back to what I've already said in foundation. You got to know what Zach's true value is in the league. But I just think you have to do something. And that's what I'm going to continue to go back to for the next couple of
Even
weeks.
if it's something that doesn't help you?
Well, see, and this is just my perception, Whitey. I can definitely understand the argument. But I truly believe it's easier to move on broken up deals, meaning 20 and 14, than it is one guy at 49.
I can't disagree with that.
That's just me.
I don't know that there's a risk market for Kuzma right now, but I still think, you're right.
But I also see this. If I'm spending one asset to garner two assets where I can spend one of the assets that I get back for something, I know that's a lot to follow. I'm basically I'm giving you one card, you're giving me two, and then one of my cards also can go off to somebody. Now, the Kings may need to have a trade or something already in place for Bobby Portis. Yeah. Or maybe they sit on him and just say, hey, look, we'll spin it. You're a wily veteran. We'll get you somewhere in off season. Okay, no problem. But for me, as the Kings, I think as what you're talking about, I got to start to look at my morale, the morality of this squad, and also the fact that I have a few other guys that in conversation, I know I want to move. DeMar, respectfully, I want to move you. And I know you probably want to move, and we don't know, but it sounds that way maybe. I don't know. Got to play the game a little bit better, and I think that's me. I'm trying to gamble.
If DeMar, we assume that he wants to go somewhere where he can win. If that was not the most important thing to him, if somehow he looked at this and said, man, I like it here, and I like what you're doing with the young players, and I want to be a part of that. I want to be part of mentoring them.
Yep.
I don't think that's the case, but if it were, he'd be great at that.
Yes,
would he
sir.
not?
Yes.
Yeah. I just wouldn't blame him if he would say, I got to get out of here. I want to win games, guys.
It'd be different, I think, if he had a ring at the house.
Yeah.
He doesn't. And I think the last and maybe not the only thing, because I'm pretty sure there's some other things he wants to accomplish, but I would imagine that's probably one or two on his list. He wants to play for a ring. He's never had the opportunity to.
Yep. More on that when we come back. Also, more bad injury news for the 49ers in a backward sort of way coming up on Sactown Sports.
This is the Drive Guys. January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
This is the Drive Guys. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sactown Sports 1140.
Weekend escape to bucket list adventure. Plan your trip at the Sportsman's Expo. This is the region's greatest selection of outdoor travel. California, the West, Alaska to Mexico, Canada to South Africa. Outfitters, guides, lodges, and destinations. Your chance to meet the experts who'll make your trip unforgettable. California's largest sportsman's travel event is back, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Details at sportsexpos.com.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. uninterested.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com. 600. So.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Kings and Mavs tonight, and we're going to be talking about 10 minutes or so with Mark Followell, TV voice of the Mavericks. I just saw this. Kyrie Irving accompanied the Mavericks to Sacramento. He's not playing. He's still recovering from injury, but he did go through a workout today with the great Phil Handy after shoot-around. So no timetable that has been released anyway for a potential return for Kyrie Irving, but he is with the Mavs on this 3-game trip, Sacramento, Utah, Chicago. So there's signs of progress there. How about that, Jay? Kyrie Irving working out in Sacramento today, traveling with the Mavs.
Is he on a trading block or what?
I don't think
okay,
he can
I'm just
be
checking.
yet.
Just checking.
I just thought of something here. Speaking of the Kings and that potential trade with the Bucks, we have, I think it was Mark J. Spears reporting on exploratory talks. Basic framework would be Portis and Kuzma to the Kings, Zach LaVine to Milwaukee. And according to reports, the Kings are insisting on, if we're going to do something like that, we need that 2031 pick, your 2031 first rounder. Jay, and as Jay pointed out, it's like, we're talking about a sixth grader. But the Kings, if I'm not mistaken, they still have their own, and they still have that Minnesota 2031 first.
They do.
You would have a trade piece.
Yeah, that's why I said if I'm the Kings, I'm all in. If I'm the Bucks, man, I could care less.
Yeah,
I'm done by then.
Mm-hmm.
One of the callers said, if I'm the GM, I don't see 2031.
Yeah,
not without Giannis.
Yeah,
for sure.
But I hadn't thought of the 2031 that you could potentially get back as something you could spin off, because the Kings trying to get younger, I figured any draft pick you get, you want to hold on to. But you already have some picks in that draft. I could see how that might be something that you could use to further your cause more in the short term.
OKC style, baby.
That would be tremendous.
Come on now. I'm with you right now. I'm steadfast. I'm spinning it, and I'm spinning it back to the Bucks and saying, I need that 31st pick. Mm-hmm. And if they say no problem, okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
You got our number.
Yeah. But I think as if I get closer and I haven't seen anything moved, nobody spun away from the Milwaukee Bucks, and it's February 1st, I'll probably pick the phone back up and say, man, another month in.
Yeah.
I'm about 9-35 at this point.
Right. And you play that game. What did we say? Where were we with our deal?
Yeah.
Where did we leave that?
Pick it up. Let's pick it up. Can you give me 2 number 2s? You try to do something, but that's me. I wouldn't spin on it now unless I could get the 31st, 2031 first round draft pick.
Mm-hmm. The Mavericks playing the Kings tonight. We're still not sure where they're going because they have, for example, Anthony Davis, phenomenal player. There's some demand for him. Would they trade him? If they traded him, then definitely they'd be tanking. If they kept him, would they be competing? In trade discussions, according to Michael Scotto, in trade discussions with the Mavericks regarding Anthony Davis, the Hawks have resisted including Zachary Reese-Shea and the Pelicans' unprotected 2026 first-round pick via the Derek Queen trade. So I know it's a lot of names and numbers. It just speaks to how prized the picks, especially in this year's draft, are, with a lot of potential deals being thrown around and teams talking about this or that. Teams would love to get another ticket into this year's lottery because this is a lottery with presumably some really nice prizes. Yeah. So can you imagine that? I know we talked about this earlier. You got the Dallas Mavericks. They won the lottery last year. They picked Cooper Flagg. They have their own pick this year. Could be a lottery pick. And then if they got another 2026 first-round pick, that would jumpstart their rebuild too.
Right.
Jay.
Yeah, very true. Unfortunately, they had better assets that started with, right? We talk about Luka, now you have AD and some other people. So that's the one up before anybody calls and is like, well, why are they able to do it? Like, they have better assets. They started, their starting point was a little higher.
Yep.
You look at the draft, and I know we're kind of focusing on that around here in Sacramento. Even going down to like the 20s, there are some good names.
Yeah.
Some guys that a lot of people believe will be pretty good in the league. So I think everyone is valuing this draft's first-round draft picks at a higher level. It's going to be harder to get into that first-round draft pick, this first round this year, just because of so much talent that the evaluators are talking.
Anybody. Like, we'll take a first-round pick. Oh, sure, you can have it. Oh, wait, we didn't know. Oh, man, we gave you a really good pick. Oh, we didn't know. Everybody's keenly aware. Obviously. Before we get to the phones, I'd mentioned this, so I just want to share it real quick. We'll get back to the Kings. More bad injury news for the 49ers in a backwards way. The Eagles have been without Lane Johnson for 7 games, their right tackle.
A cheater.
3 and 4 in those 7 games, but he is expected to practice this week.
Dude's a cheater.
Yeah?
Know why?
Why?
Because he jumps. He's got that kick. He's one of those guys that does the kick, and he never gets caught. That's the cheat, man. Cheat mechanism. It's like how these guys in the NBA travel, nobody calls it.
I don't know why the NFL allows that.
Yeah, he's one of them dudes.
I don't know if he still does it, but the Chiefs, wasn't it the Chiefs left tackle?
Yes, he does it all the time. Or Taylor, too, right? Or that's the right tackle.
Yeah, I
Taylor?
think it's the right tackle.
Yeah, he does it all the time.
Yeah, every play.
Cheaters.
So that doesn't mean that he'll be well enough to play, but he is expected to practice, and the Eagles have struggled without him. And the Eagles, again, I found some more information here. The Eagles struggling with the outside zone runs, but I don't know if the 49ers can take advantage of that, Jay.
Come on, Gross Matos. Beat him off the edge. Where's Bryce Huff when you need him?
No, I'm talking about the Eagles can't stop.
No, I know. Yeah. I'm going back to Lane Johnson, but yeah. When it comes to you said the Eagles give up 5 yards on the outside. You also said a little earlier that CMC averages 3.9, so rounding up 4 yards a carry this year. To me, split the difference is 4.5. If he's got a little more pep in his step, he's going to get the 5. I'll take it all day, baby.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Come on now. It's all positive vibes in the air right now. That's what you got to think, especially when you're playing the Eagles.
Yeah.
If we were playing somebody else, I wouldn't trip. We got to get them, though. We need to beat the Eagles.
That'd be a glorious, glorious day.
This downtrodden roster.
Glorious day.
And you beat the Eagles?
Yeah.
Oh, come on now, brother. You wouldn't. Drapes is going to be tired of me. He's going to block me. Next time he comes on the show, he's like, yeah, I had to block Jay. Seriously.
If they win, I'm going to tell Drapes, this is ridiculous, but I'm going to tell him, and I'm going to say it with a straight face. I'm going to say, this is better than winning a Super Bowl. I don't care if they win a Super Bowl or not. They beat the Eagles. That's better than winning a Super Bowl.
That's where he at with it?
That's what I'm going to tell him.
We're not going to the Super Bowl.
Of course that's not true, but that's what I will tell him with a straight face.
That a boy. Stand on it.
Yeah. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Let's talk to Rich on Sactown Sports. Hey, Rich, how are you? What can we do for you?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my phone call. Hey, a couple things. It's like Shanahan. I don't know how long it takes him to get to a caliber offensive lineman. I mean, it's like the last, I don't know how many years I've been watching it. It's like, the Band-Aids are working, but it's like they failed in the Super Bowl, and then they're failing now without Trent Williams in there. And it's like, it's killing me watching this. And then the other thing I wanted to ask, I don't know if people called about it, but or if I missed a rule, but in that Seattle game, there was 4 catches out of like the guy caught the ball, goes out of bounds, and the clock is still running 4 times in a row.
Thank
you guys catch that?
Thank you, Rich. I did not catch that. That would be
didn't either.
The only way that happens is if they rule that. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I didn't.
If he's down
didn't
before he goes out of bounds, but that doesn't typically happen on a catch. So I don't think you missed any rules, Rich. I'm not sure what happened there. But Jay will look it up and he'll get back to you.
Yeah, we'll try to figure that up.
4 times.
4?
Yeah.
I don't know where I was all game.
Yeah. I don't know where I was either.
Man.
I don't know where TC is, but it's time for check-in
Mic check.
with TC. How are you, TC?
All right, hey, what's up, Whitey and Jay? Hey, I'm in the cut chilling, bro. But to answer that caller before we go Kings, since because he set me up for an alley-oop.
Yeah.
And I have to catch it and dunk it.
Yeah.
Listen, bro, he ain't did it his whole time here. Right? We're talking about the boy genius and Kyle. He ain't worried about the offensive line, but he's supposed to be an offensive genius, right? He's supposed to want to run the ball first. But you don't care about the running back. You don't care about the offensive line or none of that, right? You're supposed to be an offensive genius, right?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, bro, we going to sit down and talk about that. They better win this game in Philly. They better win this. We better win this game in Philly, boy. I'm telling you, that's all I'm
You on his
saying.
helmet if not?
No, I've been on his helmet. Everybody else gonna see it. That's what I'm saying. Why everybody want to argue?
Yeah.
See down? That's what I'm saying. They don't win in Philly. We gonna have a conversation. Period. Now, as far as the Kings, listen, I respect Scott Perry and BJ for their approach. Remember, that's that approach what I was telling you about. We ain't the old Sacramento Kings, right? We going to have the league is going to respect us. Why you think our name is in everything? Oh, because that's BJ and Perry. We getting a little bit of respect. National media always, the Kings in this trade. They in this trade. They in that, this and that. Listen, we going to take it down to the wire. Just like the JK situation. If it come down to, hey, man, we not finna give them up, bro, unless y'all give us a first-round pick later on down the line, we going to have to do it. The Bucks trade, if they don't want to give 31 up, Scott, it's all good. We tried. Man, let's get the deal done. Sam Portis, we going to get it done. Listen, with the Warriors and JK, if they talking about, listen, that's off the table. But if they really pushing the line, I'm talking about getting the player in here. Man, I'm sending them a 2032. Top 20 protected. Y'all can have it. I'll let y'all think y'all win. We need JK in the building, Kings fans. That's the main thing. And I hear you, Jay. Am I barking up the right tree? I'm not giving away, but I'm saying, bro, we have to get the players in the building no matter what. Not giving away the future, but a 2032 first-round pick attached to somebody else for JK to throw next to Keegan. Bro, man, that's all I got, y'all.
All right, thanks. I do see the wisdom of that. If you get a guy like Kuminga for a future first, to me it's like, well, if you like him, it's kind of like using a first-round pick on Jonathan Kuminga. And to me, that potentially pencils out because he is a young asset. Again, I don't know if I'm as high on him as apparently B.J. Armstrong is, but I get that thinking.
Yeah, I don't know, Whitey.
Especially if I'm able to get an extra one from the Bucks somehow.
Yeah.
Spin that back off.
Spin that, yeah.
Then
I'm probably with you.
Then I'm on my way.
Yeah, I'm come on now. Do something.
TV voice. Here's what we're going to do. TV voice of the Dallas Mavericks, Mark Followill. We're going to talk to him next. Get ready for the Kings and the Mavericks like you need help getting ready for that on Sactown Sports.
This is the Drive, baby. Alan Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes. Beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Alan Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Alan's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your number one sports station in Sacramento. Sactown Sports 1140.
They got a mediocre
When a person
team.
is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton & Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Get as loud as you can for Monster Jam!
The one and only Monster Jam. Packed with stunts, smiles, and jaw-dropping skills. See the world's best drivers tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks. Like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more. Only at Monster Jam. Coming to Golden One Center January 23rd through 25th. Brought to you by BKT Tires. Savings available on select opening night tickets.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Televised game tonight, so it starts in about 6 or 7 hours, right, Jay?
Yeah, it feels that way.
For NBC, the Kings and the Mavs. Nice enough to join us once again. Outstanding TV voice of the Dallas Mavericks, Mark Followell. How are you today, Mark?
Good. We get to do a broadcast tonight, so that's a good thing. So we'll be on the air back to the good folks in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and across our streaming app and our affiliates in the great state of Texas. And then we're going to head on to Utah tomorrow to continue this road trip that's getting started tonight.
Yeah.
So life is good here in Sacramento.
Yeah, we appreciate that. By the way, was that on the air, Jay?
Yeah, it sounded like it was dragging.
We had a strange effect there, and we heard your voice, Mark, but when you started, you sounded like Freddy Krueger. And then as you completed your thought, we're normalized now. Well,
Thank goodness. We wouldn't want to scare anybody. Freddy Krueger's so scary.
Yes. I wanted to ask you about Kyrie. He's with the club, right? And he worked out today.
Yeah, he's traveled with him a lot this year. He's, it's very important to him to be around and be a presence as a leader and a mentor. He's really embraced that in his time at Dallas. But I would not read anything into what that means as it relates to a comeback date for him. The Mavs have maintained all along that they're not going to establish a timetable, or at least not one that they're going to put out there publicly, because they don't want to put pressure on Kyrie in case the timetable doesn't materialize the way they would hoped if they put it out there. Yeah. And so, he's been around. He's traveled quite a bit. I would say probably he's been at more than 50%, easily more than 50% of the road games this year. So I think he embraces the leadership mentor role and wanting to be around his guys.
Mark, we are operating on hard times around here in Sacramento. As much as the city may be treating you very well, it's not treating the ball club very well. The Mavericks are kind of on an up and down kind of scale, right outside the top 10. Without knowing, we know they want to win, but where exactly are they seeing themselves right now on January 6th?
Well, I think that they're seeing themselves as a team that, by the way, I appreciate you referencing Hard Times, the amazing Dusty Rhodes promo from the NWA in the 1980s. If you haven't seen what I'm talking about, go check it out on YouTube. If you search on YouTube, Dusty Rhodes, Hard Times, you'll love it. Anyway, on to more pressing and important matters. I would say the Mavs see themselves as a team that has navigated injuries to the best of their ability, but obviously that's robbed them of some key pieces for In the case of Kyrie, all of the season. In the case of Anthony Davis, half of the season, among other injuries that they've had to deal with along the way. So I think it's a team that looks at themselves as one who's got a lot of talent, but that talent has not been on the floor together consistently and to be able to build any kind of chemistry or, any kind of cohesion as a unit. They can beat anybody at home, as evidenced by in the last month plus. They've beaten Houston twice, Denver once, Detroit and Miami all on their home court. And then they just, they're really, really struggling on the road. 3-12 this year, 3-13 if you count their game in Mexico City against Detroit. They've lost 7 straight games. So I think they see themselves as still very much to be determined on what the script is going to be for the remainder of the 2025-26 season.
It's Mark Followell, voice of the Mavs. It's funny, Mark, I hearken back to March 26th of 2024, and that is the Mavs were in here. They played those 2 games. I think at the time the 2 teams were tied. Mavericks won both those games. And isn't it just, I don't mean this to be a pointed question, but, both teams in some ways have fallen on hard times. Isn't it incredible how much things have changed for both teams since those games? I mean, your team went to the finals.
Yeah, no, it is. So look, I'm very fond of saying one of my follow-willisms is that in the NBA, it's like a river, and that can be within the course of the season, and that can be within the life cycle of a franchise, and you just never know what's around the next bend in the river, and so you can ascend pretty quickly now in the NBA. There are ways to do that if you nail draft picks and get lucky in the trade market and are able to strike quickly when the opportunity presents itself to go out and trade for someone, and they can fall apart on you pretty quickly as well. And unfortunately for Sacramento and for Dallas, they've experienced big drop-offs from where they were when they got together for that very memorable 2-game baseball style series 2 years ago. I remember it well, and we didn't do the broadcast of the first game of that. That was a TNT game, I think, on the first game, but we were here for the second game on Friday night, the 29th of March, and that was part of a really important road trip late in the season for Dallas, and they won those 2 games. Dante Exum was great, and that second game was a big comeback by the Mavs. So, those were very, very special times, and unfortunately, they were not something that was going to stick around. So, hopefully things will, for both of our respective organizations, get turned around here in pretty short order.
Mark, someone that we're familiar with around here, albeit in not a good way, that'd be Klay Thompson. What's your take on Klay's season so far, the wily veteran starting and now coming off the bench? How has he progressed throughout the season, and just where do you see him at right now?
And as you know, Mark, he has never forgiven the Kings for not drafting him. Never.
Very much so.
Yeah, for real. I hear you. I think look, I have really, really admired the fact that after the first 7 games of the season, Jason Kidd went to Klay Thompson and said, look, we've got to change the starting lineup. We've got to do some different things. We need to get another ball handler out on the floor with Cooper Flagg, because obviously Coop played point guard in the first handful of games of the year and still does play it from time to time, but he was the starting point guard for this team for the first 7 games of the season. And I think, I think the Mavs loved giving him that opportunity to grow. Coop, I'm talking about. But then they felt like, okay, we need to make some changes for a number of reasons, and one of which is let's get another ball handler out there so it's not all on his shoulders to make plays and look for his own offense. And, the part of that sacrifice was Klay moving to the bench. And it was something that he embraced wholeheartedly, because he came into training camp when they thought, okay, if we keep everybody healthy and get Kyrie back in a timely fashion, this is a team that can make some noise in the West. And he came in talking about championships and lessons learned in Golden State and lessons learned from watching the 2011 Mavs. And he said, I've been encouraging the team to watch the videos about that team because everybody knew their role and made sacrifices. And so when it came time to walk the walk along with talking the talk, Klay was willing to do that and make sacrifices. And he's a tremendous team leader and a great veteran presence to have around the team. And after a slow start, his three-point shooting has really come around with his role off the bench. Not to say that there's not off games here and there, but more often than not, Klay has been someone who can come in the game and get on a heater and provide Dallas some valuable scoring and floor spacing. I mean, this team desperately needs three-point shooting, and Klay obviously provides that for them.
Mark Followell, our guest. As I was preparing for this conversation, Mark, I was thinking of asking you something about Cooper Flagg, and he struggled a bit, and I was going to ask you about the rookie wall, and I thought, that's kind of cliche, but then I saw after, I think it might have been after your last game, Coach Kidd was actually talking about that. So why is Coach Kidd, why are people talking about Cooper Flagg all of a sudden and the rookie wall?
Well, in the last 3 games, he's averaged 12 points and shot 30% from the floor. So I think people are looking at that. And Jason said, we played him a lot of minutes, and he's got a lot of responsibilities. He does a lot of things for us. And so Jason is talking about it because he said that you have to embrace going up against the rookie wall, and you have to either figure out a way to run through it or jump over it or run around it because it's not going anywhere. And his whole thing the other night, it was before the game against Houston on Saturday, where he talked at length about it. He said that he's got to embrace it. He's got to touch it. He's got to rub it. He's got to feel it. He said all these things about the whole concept of the wall. And he said, look, at the end of the day, he's learning to be great, not good. And part of that process for rookies who are learning to be not just good, but great is you do have to go through this experience. You do have to learn how to manage it. And we've got a group of people here, whether it's coaches who have been through it as former players or veteran players like a Klay Thompson or a Kyrie Irving who have been through it. We've got staff here. We've got all these people that are here to help him navigate his way through this. And he's just got to embrace that and let us, in every way we can help him get through that. And Coop's a very, very bright guy and is mature and intelligent, far, far beyond his years from a basketball standpoint and from a, how he keeps his composure off the court and how he, carries himself off the court, has already, very, very ingratiated into the Dallas-Fort Worth community and certainly embraces the off-court aspect of what being an NBA player is all about and the role that you have to take in that regard. So, Coop's going to figure his way through this. I have no doubt about that. But it is something that every rookie that's ever been in this league that plays a lot of minutes has got to go through, and he's certainly getting a little bit of a taste of that right now. We'll see how long it lasts.
Hey, Mark, not to bring up a touchy subject, but I saw you tweet a couple of days ago, man. Just want to wish you guys, before we let you go, you and the family blessings, losing your dog. We've all been there. Definitely understand, man. And if you guys do choose to get another dog, man, we wish you good speed with that, brother. No doubt.
Well, thanks. I'm sure a lot of your listeners are scratching their heads about this, but I'm sure a lot of your listeners also relate very much to that. It's part of the family, man, and it's it sucks they don't live forever, and it's heartbreaking to say goodbye. But my wife and I, we've lost 2, and we're a greyhound family. So we've lost a couple of older greyhounds in the last 5 months. So we have one, and I have a feeling the Followell household will probably go back up by at least one here in the not too distant future. I think that's a pretty safe bet. So,
I got to tell you, Mark.
Sweet of you guys. That's super appreciate that.
I got to tell you about, and it's been almost a year now, we lost a dog that we had for 14 years, and we got it at a lab rescue. His name was Moby, and I could see looking at him, it's like, he's lab, but there's something else. And his nose was kind of long, and his ears were a little higher back, and he had that big chest. And we were at the dog park one day, and he was standing next to this dog that he looked just like, and some lady said, "Oh, our dog is part Greyhound." I was like, our dog is part Greyhound. He's a great dog. They're great dogs, Mark.
They are, they're wonderful dogs, and it's really amazing what's happened in the last 25 years with regard to the Greyhound rescue industry, for lack of a better term. I mean, so many organizations in various parts around the country, including, as we know, in Dallas-Fort Worth, with the organization that my wife and I do volunteer work for and advocate for and obviously have adopted dogs from, the Greyhound Adoption League of Texas. I mean, there's a lot of great organizations around the country that have really stepped up with regard to what happens to greyhounds when they come out of the racing industry. And even though there's not very many more tracks in the United States, but, there's just, a lot of people have learned a lot about the breed. The average people, not necessarily dog people, but just people in general, I think, have learned a lot about the breed in the last 25 years. And that's a good thing, man, because they are awesome dogs. But all of them are. All of our furry four-legged friends are the best.
Yes, they are, man. They get you.
They are the best.
We appreciate that,
man. That's why you call it your gotcha anniversary.
Thank you, Mark. We appreciate it very, very much. Enjoy the game. We'll talk to you soon.
Well, it was great to talk to you guys, and looking forward to the game tonight. All the best to you.
Thank you. Take it easy. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. We had some sort of technical issue where Mark Followell started out talking like this. But, hey, he's got the pipes. We'll come back with a quick look here at where the Kings are, in the words of Scott Perry himself, next on Sactown Sports.
This is the Tribe, baby.
Alan Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes. Beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Alan Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Alan's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your number one sports station in Sacramento. Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
We're going to have to make some extra room in here for Monday when we get a new member of the show. I don't know if you're familiar with him. Alan Stiles is going to join the show. He'll be joining the afternoon show starting on Monday, and Alan completing the week, wrapping up the Alan Stiles show and a very successful run there. Tom Tuwitty in the YouTube chat asking, Stiles and Gleason 2 to 6, did I hear that correctly? Yeah, that's right. It was announced today. And then, of course, that begs the question, well, what happens 10 to 2? Stay tuned. We'll find out soon enough. You can imagine how surprised I was today when I found out Alan Stiles is going to be on this show. So we're really looking forward to that. It's something that's been in the works for a while, along with some other things here. I said this morning on the Carmichael Dave Show. Couldn't be more sincere. The station has done some really nice things in 2025, and I can't thank Jay enough for everything he's meant to the show. But the main thing is, it's all because of people that stick with us and take time to listen and respond, and we appreciate it more than you know. I've been doing radio a long time, and that is like, what's the best thing about radio? The best thing is that people actually invest time in you, and they listen.
Yeah.
It really means a lot. So thank you very much, and we're looking forward to Big 26.
Definitely, I second that. It is a super. It is a joy every single day when I obviously get to work with you, Mr. Gleason. But just being out in the public and people asking you and recognizing you in the form of, I appreciate you speaking and allowing us to be a part of your thoughts and the way you go about things.
Yeah.
And so I always take that really, truly, it means so much to me when I get to have
granted.
No, you definitely don't. When I have the conversations out and about, those are the things. I love hand-to-hand combat, I love to look at a person and, when they're trying to bounce ideas off me, and more times than not, I tell people when someone recognized or asked, hey, Jay throws a question at me, normally I say, no, I'm here to listen to you.
Yeah.
They normally, Jay, what do you think about them? I'm like, nah, tell me what you think. You get to hear what I talk about all the time.
Right.
Like, what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
How do you feel? And so I appreciate that, because this opens up the avenue to have great conversations with people throughout Sacramento and surrounding areas. You never know. I mean, we've both been on planes and people like, listen to you guys. And next thing you know, we're having a conversation and we're talking about the 49ers or the A's or, preferably not the Kings right now.
Yeah, we will get to the Kings here, and we'll get to what Scott Perry had to say. We haven't yet talked about this. It relates directly to some of the things we've been talking about for the last couple of days. But, Jay, you triggered something here with me because you mentioned the A's, and I know you saw the story because, again, Jay sends me all this stuff. Sometimes I've seen it, sometimes I haven't. But the A's application for a trademark of Vegas Athletics and Las Vegas Athletics denied.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I understand why. I think the patent office saying Las Vegas Athletics could mean a lot of different things. It could have to do with anybody who's engaging in athletics in Las Vegas. So it's too vague. Denied. And I guess the A's came back and said, look. Yeah, that's fine. But, we had Kansas City Athletics. We got that trademarked. Philadelphia Athletics, Oakland Athletics. So, see, there's a precedent here. And the patent office said, we don't care.
Yes.
Maybe there was. You did do that, but we take each case, we judge it on its own merit, and we are not approving the trademark. Maybe they work this out. The most interesting thing is some are suggesting that, wow, the A's didn't really protect that trademark as well as they should have. Perhaps they're thinking of changing the name of the team.
Love it.
Once they move to Las Vegas.
I love it.
You do?
Which is yes, because I've been a fan of take the team, John Fisher, as much as I like the player. Believe the brand.
Yeah.
Believe the brand. I got love for the players. They're caught in the crossfires. But, yeah, go be the Salamanders. Go do that. The Blackjacks.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call yourself. But leave the A's brand, the Athletics brand, the elephant here in California, Bay Area, Northern California, whatever you want to call it. And maybe down the road, a la, which sounds like Seattle Supersonics is going to happen.
Yeah.
Guess what? There's always a chance.
It would be smart in this sense if I worked for John Fisher.
Okay.
Was any sort of advisory capacity, I'd say, look, you're going to get just hammered wherever you go in Northern California.
Yes.
As long as you're, the Athletics. Maybe if you give that up and become a different brand, maybe that eases a lot of that pressure. If you leave, maybe there's some people start to actually forgive some of these things, whether they're things that should be forgiven or maybe not. Maybe it's just a matter of people being a little too sensitive, which I don't think it is. But look, if you leave the Athletics with Oakland or wherever and you become the, I hear Las Vegas Salamanders, that's available. You get that trademark. Maybe it actually eases some of that some of that
hate,
outcry.
vitriol.
Maybe not, but maybe.
That anger towards you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably people are livid, not angry. They're livid at this point. Yeah, please do. Please be sharp enough to recognize that athletics, board, owner, organization, directors, whatever you want to call them, please, yes. The name doesn't hinder you from moving the team and everything else to Las Vegas. Now, you may lose some value, I would imagine, because it is a brand. But at the same time, Whitey, look, create your own. Listen, do what you can do. You're garnering, according to you, meaning the A's, the organization, the ownership group, MLB, you're garnering value by leaving the Bay Area or California, West Sacramento, and moving to Las Vegas anyway. So hopefully it's a trade-off.
Jackrabbits.
The Jackrabbits, baby.
Yeah.
Turn them into it. Leave the A's here.
Yes.
That would be phenomenal.
I don't know when anyone would pick up that mantle unless Sacramento or Oakland ends up getting a team in the next round. I don't know when baseball's going to expand again.
Sure. 2030 is what we've been told.
Yeah. Right.
My sources.
If you miss this round, though, then I don't know when the next one's going to be after that. So
good luck.
Yeah.
Sources have told me 2030.
It's also possible that the A's being the A's, they just kind of screwed up the trademark.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
Maybe there's no more to it than that.
As they say, Lord don't like ugly, right? Hey, when it's really all said and done, that ownership group hasn't really treated this whole entire ball of wax, this whole situation, very, very politely.
Yeah.
Towards fans, towards baseball fans.
That's a very diplomatic way to say it.
Yes.
They haven't been very polite about the whole thing.
They haven't. There's some other things I could say.
I know.
I was teetering on the edge of saying, but if there's anything you could do.
I could see you with a sign at an A's game. John Fisher, you haven't been very polite.
Seriously, what a sell T-shirt.
Yeah.
Just leave the brand here. Leave the colors. Leave the green and gold. Leave the history. Leave Ricky Henderson field. Leave all that here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about it. Find yourself over to Bally's where they're struggling financially and trying to figure out what they're going to do.
Right.
Meaning their stations, their entertainment, media.
That really would be great.
I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm.
Take another name.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? We've talked a lot in the last couple of days about where are the Kings? Are they tanking? Are they rebuilding? Has a rebuild started? Here's what Scott Perry had to say about that. And this was a few days ago, obviously. We haven't talked about it yet on our show. It's the interview Scott Perry did with Anscape and Mark J. Spears. In the words of Scott Perry, well, the question is, would it be safe to say that you're not looking for some quick fix? Scott Perry says, it's safe to say we want to build. That's right. I think when I use words like prudent and opportunistic, a quick fix to me, that's not sustainable. I was hired to build a sustainable winner. So I'm sure there's an anomaly somewhere, but I don't know of any quote unquote quick fixes that turn into being sustainable. And my vision, which is shared by top to bottom ownership and everybody in the building, is to build a sustainable winner. I think that takes a little more time than quick fixes. You got to make appropriate decisions and that at least give you the best chance to lay a foundation to grow into something that's sustainable. And so that's where we're at. To me, that's clear. We are rebuilding. He doesn't want to use that word. He doesn't want to use tanking, but he's laying it out there. We're laying a foundation. It's going to take time. No quick fixes. We could quibble about whether it's actually started yet, but it's definitely the plan.
Yeah.
And this trade deadline is going to be important, but it's also possible that it's going to take a lot longer than one trade deadline to really start to get this thing in the right direction.
Yeah, I think, you've talked about it today about the Kings and the questions from some of our viewers and listeners and how they may or may not believe the rebuild has started, or even if that is the plan. I think that answers it, and that's just one of 4 or 5 different instances Scott Perry has talked about. We know changes need to be made, and I have been equipped with for the foreseeable future, to build a winner, a sustained winner. And that's what I plan on doing. We're not close. We know we're far away from where we want to be, but we are inputting the foundation, and he consistently says, I'm still evaluating what I have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's repetitive, but it is something that he has consistently talked about.
Kyle Draper brought up something interesting yesterday, and I think Dave was talking about this too. Dave may be one of these people that Kyle Draper was talking about. Drapes was saying that, there's a lot of fans that have said they wanted to tank, and now the Kings are tanking, and fans are saying, oh, this is terrible. That's fair. I'm not sure it's always the same people, because there's some fans that didn't want to tank, so obviously they're very upset. But what do you make of that? I know Dave he was definitely in on tanking, but it is kind of rough sledding, and he's been, critical of things. I find myself doing that as well, Jay. It's tricky. Is that a fair criticism of? Hey, you can't have it both ways.
For a portion of fans, yes, but I think the caveat is the Kings, albeit even from that statement of Scott Perry, have not really said we're tanking. I think when you look at the Wizards, you look at the Pelicans, you look at some of these other teams going all the way back to Philadelphia, there was pretty much without a doubt that they're tanking. They're trying to be bad. The Nets a couple years ago, right? I'll use the Pelicans right now for the example. Everybody, we've heard everybody except for Derek Queen and Jeremiah Fears is on the block, including our star. And he knows it, and you know it, meaning the league. And fans, we're not hiding that. That's the one caveat I'd say. I think the Kings have not officially, because we're consistently, when you're talking about, well, I might hold on to this person because I'm looking for whatever asset you're looking for. That's the same thing the Pelicans are saying. But I think they're open, or at least have showed their hand a little bit to say, nah, fire away. Mm-hmm. And we're going to tell Mark Spears and Sam Amick and Mark Stein and Michael Scotto and everybody else that we possibly can that we're wide open. I haven't heard the Kings do that yet.
Yeah, I understand Drape's thoughts on that, and I think that's legitimate. But I will say this. If the games are free, maybe you could say, hey, you shouldn't complain.
True.
Games are not free.
Come on now.
And even fans that said, wow, they really need to tank, those fans are buying tickets and going to the game, and they're not seeing competitive basketball. Of course they're going to complain. And I also think this, a lot of the fans that said they wanted to see the Kings rebuild or tank, whatever word you want to use, I think a lot of them have, and they've said this, hey, I want to see a young team. Yeah. I want to see the young players play hard. And they're not going to win, but I can get behind that.
Yep.
And so a lot of it is, well, they're not, as we've said, yeah, I could get behind a rebuild and a tank, but it's still the same guys playing all the time. Sometimes they look like they're disinterested. I don't see how anybody's benefiting from that. So I think if you're a paying fan, you can complain as long as nothing's personal or anyone's hurt. You have a right to do that. And I also understand why fans are looking at this. Even fans who said, I want to tank.
Yeah.
I see how you could look at that and go, yeah, that's not what I meant when I said I wanted to tank.
Tank, yeah. There is a certain way to go about tanking.
Yeah.
Right. That we've kind of been cultured for, and you're not following that recipe.
Yeah.
And that's why I said I'm not sure the Kings have officially came out and said, look, we want to tank. I think they said they want to rebuild, and everything they've shown to me states, and it could be the same or they could be different. Depends on the eye of the beholder. But I truly think they've come out and Scott Perry, the team, has come out and said, we want to rebuild. Tanking, maybe not, and probably they'll never say that because we know what comes with that.
Right.
Fines, right? Money. But there are some, I guess, some particulars that I would love to see if you're going to tank, which is young guys.
Yeah.
Tickets are $10. Pelicans, Pelicans giving away $750 suite tickets, right, with parking and everything else.
Yeah,
you'll never get that here.
Probably not.
That's the part of it.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about and you hear people complain about the ticket price to go see this value of a team, and you're like, nah, the value is just a little too high for me.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing too is, and this, I was going to say something to Drapes a little bit, but we only have so much time with him.
Yeah.
The pushback is,
and he's an Eagles fan.
Yeah, that too. I don't think they're tanking. I think they're just organically garbage, and I think it looks like a tank. That's for me with the Kings. I don't believe they believe they're tanking. Mm-hmm. I think they believe they're rebuilding. I just think they're trash. So when it's really all said and done, we're kind of doing both.
Yeah, and it gets back to what you were saying earlier about the teams that are the oldest teams in the league. And the Kings were what you said, third or fourth? But the other teams on the list are all teams that are trying to win. Milwaukee, I think, is fifth, and obviously they're struggling. But you got teams like the Knicks in there, and the Clippers are trying to win. So, Lakers. Fans that have been behind a tank or rebuild here, they didn't expect to see, wait, it's the same guys that they had last year when they were trying to be good, and they're just not good, to your point, Jay. It's just bad basketball.
Yeah.
If you've got young players making mistakes with some enthusiasm in their learning, all right, that you can understand. But veteran players that are just not playing well together, that's what we're seeing far too much of. And that's why I can understand fans go, no, when I said I want to rebuild, I didn't want that. But it's just going to take time. There's no button Scott Perry can press. You go, all right, you want a younger team? Okay, give me 1 second. Boop. There you go.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I just truly feel that the fans, and that's why I say that, when speaking how we started the segment, when I'm out, people are like, yo, this team is just not good.
Yeah.
And I don't know, how the organization feels about that.
I still don't understand the Westbrook signing. And I know that he's been good and he's put up numbers and he's done some good things. And like we were talking about the Bucks game, he's showing a lot of backbone and he's got a lot of dog in him. But for this team, when they were already crowded in the backcourt and you bring in a veteran, even though he's played well, if you are about trying to get younger, I still don't understand why they brought him in. That to me is one of the mind-boggling things. My understanding is, I looked at it, to be honest, I have assumed that, wow, that looks like ownership trying to bring in a guy to draw fans here when there aren't a lot of reasons to watch the team. I've been told that, no, Scott Perry wanted to bring in Russell Westbrook. Mm-hmm. And I know Jerry Reynolds had told us before they brought him in, I think, it might be good to bring in a guy like that to show the young players that's how you do it. So I understand that benefit, but still when I look at how there aren't enough minutes for young players, I'm still a little puzzled as to why they brought in Russell Westbrook, even though he has done some good things and played well.
Yeah, I could see that. There are so many questions that are unanswered. And unfortunately, due to timing and the situation that is happening on the floor, we don't have those answers. And the pressing issue will be at what time and at what date will we have some of those answers? And, this segment, I truly been speaking as a fan because that's how fans feel more times than not, at least the ones that I've come across and the ones I've had conversations with. They don't we're in a gray area right now with the Kings. Mm-hmm. But we also know Scott Perry is saying the proper things, the right things. But and the toughest part, and this is why I feel for Scott Perry, this is why I feel for B.J. Armstrong, I truly feel for my friend, my big brother, Doug Christie, because there are times where you're kind of part of an old regime's mess. And you're brought in to do a job, and you're trying to do your job, but those old things, those old flames just continue to rear their head. And until those things are tampered, quieted, put out, fires are put out, I think they're always going to cross over into the business that is happening at the current time.
Yeah.
And I'm not exactly sure how, when, or will we ever get there? Again, speaking as a fan, I truly don't know.
It reminds me, Jay, I know I've said this before, of putting down flooring. And it's a matter of you want to put down new flooring in a room. And that's what Scott Perry is trying to do. Let's put down new foundation, new flooring. You have, to your point, some holdovers from the previous regime. It's like, you guys got to get off the floor. I can't lay down the flooring as long as you're still standing there. And that's where it is right now. Well, I have nowhere to go. This is where I am. And you can't put down the flooring till you get some of these people off of the space so you can lay down the floor.
I don't know, I don't know, man. It's that's why I say we're in a gray area, sir.
Yes.
We truly are. Yeah, it's when you don't have answers for pressing questions, they can become frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
Very much so. And even they become more frustrating in my experiences for the people that are the ones who are supposed to have the answers. You've been hired or you've been deemed the proper person to answer some of these questions. And when you haven't answered these questions, or when you, for whatever reason, can't, we know in the league, an employee can't talk about another player. There's just ramifications that you can't, you would face if you did. So I get those things. But it doesn't mean that it's easier. It doesn't.
Right.
It's so frustrating as a Kings fan. And that's why I continue to keep on saying, I, as a fan, and staying in the same position, speaking from the position, I may be a little more educated than some Kings fans because it's our job to be more educated. I may have more sources or know more people or have a few behind closed doors answers than some. But I'm here as a fan also saying I still don't know what this team and organization is trying to accomplish beside the obvious. And for me as a fan, I'm frustrated. Mm-hmm. And I can only voice that, but I can only imagine what other fans are feeling who aren't even in certain parts of the know.
Especially like those who are paying a lot of money.
Ooh, man.
I will say this, and I'm rooting for ping pong balls as much as anybody else is, but I hope the Kings win tonight on national TV, and I hope they show the lighting of the beam, and I hope that for many reasons, not the least of which is because other teams now are trying to do their own beam, and you got whatever it is the Spurs are doing with the drum and the clapping, and you got whatever it is the Rockets did last night, which was really embarrassing, and nobody's doing it like Sacramento, and I hope the Kings are able to remind everybody, look, kids, that's cute what you're doing. This is how it's done. Light the beam tonight.
Let's go, Sacramento.
Yes, Sacramento is lit. When we come back, why does Coach Christie keep talking about defense when the offense is so bad? That's actually an easy one to answer, and we'll do that when we come back. Sactown Sports.
This is the Drive Guys.
January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
This is the Drive Guys. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sactown Sports 1140.
The Sactown Sports 49ers report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. The 49ers lose the season finale on Saturday night at home to Seattle 13-3. With the win, Seattle wins the division and gets the number 1 seed in the playoffs. As for San Francisco with the result, they fall to the number 6 seed in the playoffs. And because of that, the Niners now will have to travel to Philly for a first-round playoff game. You can catch that game this Sunday beginning at 1 o'clock right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction.
Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
600. So.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Thanks for being with us. Yes, big news today. Alan Stiles is going to be sitting. Where should we let him sit, Jay, when he comes in? We let him sit here at the table, or do we make him sit over there? Anyway, Alan Stiles will be joining the show on Monday.
Narco seats?
Maybe.
All right.
And earn his way up to the... Kidding, of course. Alan, of course, has certainly earned his way onto the afternoon show, so we're excited about that. That starts on Monday. And there are other questions you have about that, huh? Yeah, well, me too. So stay tuned, and maybe we'll find out together. It's been an interesting week here at Sactown Sports. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. I want to take a moment to address something that Doug Christie has been criticized for. And I think he's being criticized by people who don't quite understand the point. But before we get to that, Will joining us here on Sactown Sports. Hey, Will, thanks for hanging. What's up?
Hey, no problem. Thanks, guys. Sorry I wasn't able to hang before.
No worries.
So I've been listening most of the afternoon and running errands and listening to you guys. And I think there's a couple things that I want to look at this the way an NBA GM looks at it. And I hear what you're saying about a normal rebuild when you really totally tear down to the studs and you go for a bunch of under 22, 23-year-olds being, a good 4 or 5 years. Here's the thing, though, and why we don't want to dump all our 23 to 26-year-olds, because let's say, okay, this year goes like it is and we get a top 3 pick. Let's just say we get that, right? Those top 3 guys are all impact players. In 2 years, we're going to have over $70 million of cap space. And if we don't move any of those guys that represent that money, we're suddenly going to be in a position to take on all kinds of different stuff or go out and get people. So this could take 2 years and be done, and that's it.
Yeah, it could.
And then we turn around.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it goes well and things come out right, you're not talking about a 4 or 5 year downtime. You're talking about a couple of years. Then you're going to regret having dumped Keegan or Keon or any of those guys who fit as your role players around your young star and whoever you sign.
I agree with that, Will, and maybe I didn't make my point as well as I wanted to. What I was saying was, as this year progresses and you get maybe into next year, you may have a clearer idea that, it's going to take longer than 2 years. You don't know that yet. Yeah. But I see what your point is.
That is, of course, a possibility.
Yeah.
But then we own all our draft picks going forward, and we own a couple other teams' draft picks. Plus, we may get more if we move some pieces this year. We might end up with having, we're looking at 1 high first round and 2 high second rounds next year, and the draft is supposed to be deep all the way through the second round. If you pick up another mid to late round, say you move Zach LaVine to Milwaukee, and you pick up some kind of a pick out of that deal and some kind of a 3-team deal. Hey, that's 2 young players that have star potential coming out, plus a couple of second rounders that could hit as a high second rounder. I mean, there's a lot here that's kind of in the ether, and that's why Scott Perry is being non-committal about what exactly is happening, because an NBA GM looks at that $70 million in cap space in the AA open era and says, hey, this is actually even more valuable maybe than going and getting a player.
No, I'm with you, and there's actually very recently an example of what you're talking about, because the Rockets went from the Harden, Westbrook era to where they are now. And they had 2 years they were terrible. 2 years, and then in the third year, they won 40 games, and then they won 50 the next year. So it can be done, and it's been done very recently.
And an even better example is what Oklahoma City did. Oklahoma City was like that. They were on that middling tier, not quite making it, everybody abandoning ship. They moved their expensive vets, took a couple of down years and a flyer on a kid that looked like the guy who's going to fit the modern era, and look what they have. They've got a perennial MVP. They've got other all-stars around him and depth all the way down the roster from picking up all those draft picks and clearing the money.
I agree. Thank you, Will, and thanks for calling back. We appreciate that. Yeah, thanks very much. We were just talking with Mark Followill from the Mavs, and we were talking about how much things have changed for both these franchises since they were both, 40 and 29, and they played 2 games here in Sacramento in 2024, and then the Mavericks went to the finals that year. The Kings went to the play-in, got bounced. Things have changed so much in such a short time. That suggests that things could change for the better very quickly from here. I mean, they will, and I know the Kings don't have the greatest track record when it comes to that, but it's certainly possible. I wanted to address something that I'm hearing from a lot of fans and people in the media even. You know, Coach Christie has talked a lot since he's gotten the job about the importance of defense. Defense, and Scott Perry has been on the same page. And of late, and this really was more earlier in the season, you know, there were questions for Coach Christie about this or that, and he'd say, I'm not worried about the offense. I'm really worried about the defense. And I know some people have said, well, the offense is terrible. Maybe you should worry about the offense too. And I know some numbers that just came out. The Kings now have the worst point differential, I think, in the league. And it's true, their offensive rating is very poor. It may even be worse than their defensive rating. So some people are looking at that going, he's ignoring a big part of the problem. And to me, I say, no, you're missing the point. And Coach Christie addressed this a little bit yesterday. He talked about how defense can fuel your offense. But the bigger issue is this. As you are starting to build something, and I know we've talked about this a lot today, it's taken them a while to build all this, and it's going to take a while, but you're trying to build it on a foundation of defense. That's one thing that the Kings hadn't done. And Mike Brown wanted to do that, and he was at odds with the front office in some ways, but now it looks like the front office and the coach are in lockstep on that. So when Coach Christie says, I'm not worried about offense, I'm worried about defense, what he's saying is we are building this all on defense. We're not winning a lot of games right now, so I'm not going to worry that much about how many points we score. Sure, game to game you want to score points, but the defense is something that they're going to build on, and that's why he's saying that. Not because he's ignoring that they're not very good offensively. It's a matter of defense is what we're building this whole thing on, so that is more important to me right now than what's going on offensively.
Oof. Man. Yeah. I just say yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
And, you know,
it's tough, man.
People get frustrated and they see the team play terribly, and the coach says, I'm not worried about offense. And I understand that some fans go, what? The offense is terrible. But no, you're missing the point. He knows that.
Right.
Doug Christie knows that.
Sharp enough to know that.
Yeah. He's a pretty good offensive player.
Mm-hmm.
He played on a team here that was really good offensively. He's not saying offense doesn't matter. He's saying right now where we are, we need to focus on defense. And we need to build everything from a defensive standpoint on up. That's all.
Real fast, this not to change the subject. I don't have my phone, man. It was good. On Jeff Teague and them podcast, which escapes me right now, the name. It's a number like 520 or whatever.
Yeah.
They were talking about it and making fun of the Kings or whatever. And it was funny because I just, for whatever reason, what you were saying sparked up. One of the guests on the show was like, yo, Doug Christie, man, was a heck of a 2K player. It's like, dude, I used to love use Doug on 2K. You know, I just found it funny. Whitey, it's not for the weak. It's not for the weak, man. The position that this team is not for the weak.
Mm-hmm.
And that's front office, coaching staff, and everybody else.
Yeah.
We only get bits and pieces of what these coaches and players and front office executives and ownership group, and we only get a little bit of how they feel and what they see and the perception that they're looking at the games and some of their players, and bits and parts of it. You know, we never get to sit down for 5 hours and just talk to these guys or hear them. We get a quick Enscape interview. And you try to take everything that you possibly can. We hold on to every single word. But these guys are there for a reason. You don't just get the head coaching position and don't have no talent. You don't get to be a general manager, for the most part, 99% time, Pretty sure it's happened. There's always exceptions to the rule. But you just don't get to jump to become a general manager without some type of talent.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it can go without saying that they recognize some of these things that are being questioned of them from the fans.
Right. Yes.
Truly.
That's well said. I think the biggest challenge for the organization right now is to be disciplined, because nobody likes losing. Even though as an organization they recognize, okay, that might be our clearest and best path out of this mess is we're going to have to absorb some losses now. But nobody likes losing. So you have to be disciplined enough, and that's why Scott Perry keeps talking about the no quick fixes, because he knows that this hurts, this is hard, but we have to stick to this plan. That's our best chance to be better as quick as possible.
Yeah.
And if we go, oh, no, we got to go get so-and-so, we got to trade for this guy or that guy, it sets you back again, and it's hard.
For sure.
And that's this organization has not been the most disciplined franchise.
Right.
Yeah, in recent years. And that's his toughest job, and I think his most important job.
Yeah, it's almost, for whatever reason, epiphany pops in my mind when I hear that is kind of like what Drapes and Dave has been talking about, how much of it is you guys want to be bad, but you want, meaning the fans, you want us to be bad, but you want us to be bad in your own way, versus you want us to go out and develop a winner, but you don't want to be patient to wait the time. And I always go back to it is patience is a dangerous word in Sacramento. It truly is.
Well, you and I have talked about that a lot.
Truly is.
Totally understand that.
And that's the one point where I always find myself split in the middle because, last segment I talked as a fan, but then as I bring myself back and being part of the talking heads and media and, being in the know of some sorts, it's like you kind of have to. Experiences have told us, don't go out there. Don't do it, Scott Perry. Don't go out there and look for the speedy, how we can jump straight, like you said, take the shortcut. Look for the speedy recovery for this team, an organization. Like, no, if it's going to take 5 years.
I'll give it a classic
Do it
example.
right.
Yeah. And the Kings, there's no indication that they're looking at any of these quick fixes, but a classic example of a quick fix that didn't work is do you remember when Stan Van Gundy coached Detroit?
Yep.
And he went all in on Blake
Griffin. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that was a decision that led to some seasons where they won, 40-something games. I think Dwayne Casey took over, and Dwayne Casey said, you know what, you got to start tanking because this team ain't going anywhere. And it took them a long time, but look where they are.
Didn't Dwayne Casey win Coach of the Year one year?
I think with Toronto, and then got fired.
Got fired the year of, right? Yeah.
But
it's
that's
just no
a
shortcuts.
Classic example of a shortcut that was not a great idea.
Unless you get lucky. You have to get lucky. Mm-hmm. And the last caller, Will, was talking about, hopefully we can get a top 3 and hopefully we can do. And, man, that's a lot of hopefullys.
Yeah.
You have to get lucky. It takes part of it, right? It truly does.
When we come back, is Kyle Shanahan coming off his worst game as a play caller, and we'll look at another big-name coach firing in the NFL today when we come back to Sactown Sports.
This is the Drive, baby. Alan Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes. Beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Alan Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Alan's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your number one sports station in Sacramento. Sactown Sports 1140.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
At InShape, we have a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, the after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, bodybuilder, walker, runner, swimmer, spinner, stretcher, rower, climber, jumper, dancer, boxer, sauna seeker, recoverer. Basically, if you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong at InShape. So whether it's your first time or your first time in a while, start the year strong and join today at InShape.com. Find a location nearest to you.
Daniel Tosh, my first farewell tour, Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley.
This is how I come up with material. I rant to my friends and my family, my inner circle, and when they hate every word coming out of my mouth, I know it's ready.
Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. On sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss your chance to see Daniel Tosh.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah. Your one-stop Honda shop. This is the Drive Guy.
January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
This is the Drive Guy.
Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sactown Sports 1140. Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Yeah, we're keeping the seat warm for Alan Stiles. He's going to be joining the show on Monday this week. Alan's finishing up the Alan Stiles show, successful run there, and maybe he'll have some insight into what's going to happen on the Alan Stiles show in that time slot. I'm guessing he will. They don't tell me things around here, though. So we'll stay tuned and find out. We're looking forward to Alan joining us on Monday. Looking forward to the Philadelphia Eagles and the 49ers this week. It's interesting, as Alan Stiles himself pointed out today on his show, you got fans in both cities going, I don't know about this. 49er fans, understandably, with all the injuries, going, I don't know. Apparently, Eagle fans are not feeling great about where their team is. One of the things that concerns me about the Eagles is their defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio. I think I'm a bigger Vic Fangio fan than you, Jay. Kyle Shanahan and Vic Fangio are friends. I haven't coached against him in a while. We are friends, Fangio said. Almost coached together a couple times, but I haven't gone against him in a while. So Vic Fangio has gone against Kyle Shanahan's offenses in 4 games.
Yeah.
In those 4 games, Kyle Shanahan's offenses have produced a total of 41 points.
Yeah.
11 points, 6 points, 15, and 9. However, Shanahan's quarterbacks in those games were John Beck, RG3, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Nick Mullins. So,
yep.
Yeah. So
I saw that.
The Eagles are also very vulnerable to the run, so the outside run especially. So maybe that's where the 49ers are going to have to make their bread and butter. I know I touched on this earlier, but Matt Mayoko has his weekly look at 49er reactions or overreactions. One of his questions here, worst game Kyle Shanahan has ever called as 49er head coach? And Matt Mayoko says, overreaction? No. So Matt Mayoko suggests, we just saw the worst game Kyle Shanahan has ever coached as a 49er head coach. For futility, it matches their scoring output in week 1 of the 2017 season. That was Shanahan's first game with the 49ers. Brian Hoyer was at quarterback. He says it's a results business, and the results show that this was the 49ers' worst offensive performance in Shanahan's 9 seasons as head coach.
Woo.
Tough.
Tough.
3 points, 9 first downs, 173 total yards, and now you're going against Lord Fangio.
Oh, you've knighted him?
Yes. The Dark Lord of defensive wizardry.
Oh, man. Come on, baby. Shanahan is
Jay's not comfortable with this conversation.
He's the boy wonder, man.
Mm-hmm.
Shanahan's got to show me that he is he's there for the reckoning.
Mm-hmm.
Don't come half-stepping. Don't come sugar-footing. Don't come in there tippy-toeing.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get into the link and mean business.
This is Harry Potter against Voldemort. That's what this is.
Hey, that's for another person around here, man. Dude, I don't even know what you're talking. You're talking a whole different language now.
The young wizard against the master of the dark arts.
Ah, okay. All right. Well, give it to me in my terms. Yeah. Raiden versus Shang Tsung or somebody.
Okay.
Mortal Kombat. Yeah.
I was trying to, get a little more understanding of Vic Fangio's defense. I remember he did such a great job when he was Coach Harbaugh's defensive coordinator here. And I've always thought that he's like, he's kind of and I've been told he's like a zone blitz guy, which is, he'll blitz you, but then there's a zone and it makes it hard for the quarterback to find the hot read. But he doesn't blitz that much. What they do is, Jay, I know you would understand this perhaps better than I. They will disguise like quarter coverages and 2 safety coverages. So long story short, Brock Purdy sees the coverages like they're in, 2 safeties, 2 high safeties.
Mm-hmm.
Play fake, turns to look to hand the ball off, looks at the defense again, and it's different. Yeah. It's like, okay, they're not in what I thought they were in.
Right.
Yeah. So that could be a challenge.
Deception.
Yeah. Yes.
No doubt. Fangio is he is a master of showing you something different than what is actually being ran.
Yeah.
And you have to, and go back 2 years ago, and Draper sitting in that seat in front of you, one of the major issues they had with doing just that, being a part of Fangio's schemes, was they didn't have the cornerbacks to do it. Remember, they went and got Q Mitchell, they went and got Cooper DeJean, and now they're able to do it because they feel like they have the talent on the outside. And so he's definitely one of those guys, and he's also been blessed since he's been with Philadelphia with having 1 or 2 good pass rushers.
Right.
And so we'll see how it plays out. That's why you have to, here we go, 49er fans. You got to scheme guys open, especially if you're not going to play with Tricky Ricky P. Like, he's still 50-50. We don't know. But as we've seen just in the past, and we got a good look this past weekend, even though I feel like the Seahawks defense is better and they're more familiar than Philadelphia is with the Niners. Yeah. I think you're really going to have to figure out how to attack the Eagles defense differently than you're used to doing. Mm-hmm. And that is the one thing that people have been asking about Shanahan for a long time. Can you, when you aren't comfortable, when you aren't manipulating the game, and one of the prime examples is what, Whitey? He can't come from behind.
Right.
He's 1 and whatever in the fourth quarter. They just popped it up this past weekend. Can you feel uncomfortable? Can you be out of position? Can you play from behind and still be the Shanahan that we know? And for whatever reason, people have questions. And for good reason, he hasn't shown it.
At the risk of oversimplifying, don't you think a lot of that is because so much of the Kyle Shanahan and Mike Shanahan offense is based on play action? That once I'm behind, my play action is ineffective because other team knows, like, he ain't running the ball. They're losing.
Throwing.
So all of a sudden, it's like my bread and butter is like upside down on the kitchen floor.
Probably.
Butter side down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think you have to, and that's, for me, who am I to sit up here and say, hey, yo, Shanahan, you've been in the NFL and been around football all your life. But I'm also saying this, there has to be a little bit of bag of, got to have a bag of tricks, got to have a little magic in the bottom of the bag that we have not seen from you ever. Mm-hmm. And that's my one, pitfall with Shanahan is he is so, you can, as great as he is, what he's getting ready to do. Because we at home as fans can sit down and be like, oh, yeah, this is a run. Like, no. How many, I challenge people all the time. He is so predictable. When certain things happen or certain things start to happen in the game, certain times of the game, it's like we know what's getting ready to happen. I don't think you can win a championship that way. It's going to take, because my experiences have told me in my 42 years.
You have TC in there with you.
He might be. Lines? He might be on speed dial. Truly, though, Whitey, it's not easy to win a Super Bowl, but it takes a little bit of luck. And sometimes you got to create your luck. And when things go bad, things go wrong, Shanahan doesn't create his luck. And that's what I'm really saying. Do something different.
Mm-hmm. I got you. A great coach was let go today. John Harbaugh, fired by the Ravens. And he's been there for a long time, 18 years with the Baltimore Ravens. And, of course, this comes 2 days after the Ravens lost to the Steelers. So Harbaugh now becomes the hottest name in the coaching market. That's if he decides to return to the sidelines. And you got 7 jobs out there. Robert Saleh, he's also a very hot name on the coaching market, even though he's not technically available yet.
Yeah, I think the 3 that we've seen so far is Flores, Saleh, and now Harbaugh. I saw Schefter also right behind his report, and when I say that, it could be 30, 45 minutes after he said that Harbaugh was separating from the Ravens, that the New York Giants immediately want him to be their guy. He is the candidate that they're looking for. Mm-hmm. He's been there 18 years, you said, in Baltimore?
That's right.
18 years.
Ranks 12th most wins by a head coach in NFL history with 193. And he was the second longest active tenured coach in the league behind Mike Tomlin. And, of course, won the Super Bowl against 49ers in 2012.
Yeah, why are you bringing up old stuff?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Stop bringing that stuff up. Jim Knight says, Shanahan's, he's too old to be the boy wonder anymore. Yeah, you're probably right. Mm-hmm. And I think that's in a roundabout way, that's the question that we're talking about is like, it's about time that you cash in your ticket.
Yeah.
Just punch it in, brother.
He's not young Harry Potter. I'm Harold Potter. Oh, man, Harold Potter.
So here we go. Anthony, are you a Harry Potter guy? A little bit. Oh, Anthony is a little bit, so maybe we can bring him on because I have no clue.
Anthony, all I said was Kyle Shanahan is Harry Potter and Vic Fangio, coordinator of the Eagles, is Voldemort. And Jay said, I don't know where you're going. But that's a pretty simple one, right? I mean, if you leave it at that, that's pretty, Just
see, this is the problem when you're a legend in the building. People just like, oh yeah, you're right. They don't want to push back. They leave Jay on the island to push back.
By the way, you think the Raiders go with Brian Flores and Brian Dable? Head coach, offensive coordinator? To me, that I know a lot of people that know a lot more about it than me are suggesting they keep an eye on that. And just the whole New England background thing to me makes a ton of sense.
Boy, that'd be a solid 1-2.
It would, huh?
That would be a solid. And the number 1 pick, that'd be a solid 1-2 for the Raiders. Mm-hmm. I couldn't even argue that. I would go that way.
Argue that.
No, I'd figure out a way to hate. But man, that's you cooking with some grease right there, my brother. Because Dayball's a heck of a coordinator.
Yeah.
Whatever you think about him as a head coach, the one thing he's proven. He's Romeo Crennel. He's those type of guys. He's a Flores. Like, coordinator Robert Saleh, whatever you think about his head coaching experience with the Jets, no matter what, defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, these guys they found their rhythm when it comes to that.
To me, you just know Brady's going to go with what he knows.
I know.
He's going to go with the New England.
Can I pick up? Let me see if I could hit somebody over in the NFL offices and be like, man, he can't. Listen, this dude can't be calling games, and now I'm about to start crying,
You're right, but that ship has sailed.
I know.
You're 100% right.
I'm about to figure this out here.
Yeah, you're 100%
calling
right.
games, and
No, but it's Tom Brady's going to make us money.
Right.
Yeah.
Pick one.
Come back, won't you? Because we're not going away yet. We're going to take you to the bottom of the hour, get you ready for game night with a late game tonight. And coming up next, we'll take a look at what some ESPN basketball insiders say may happen with the Kings on the trade front. You got 3 potential deals involving Kings players for you next on Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Like the beam for Sacramento Kings. We the beam team, hey. Like the beam for Sacramento Kings. Like the beam. Like the beam for Sacramento Kings.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Drive Guys rolling on. Take you to the bottom of the hour when game night takes over. I'm probably setting some sort of world Sactown Sports endurance record, having been on the morning show today and then still being on here after 6 o'clock, Jay. But, you know, I don't really do it so much for the accolades. I do it because I care. So I don't even know why anybody else would bring that up.
Lance Armstrong minus the cheating.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I need the wristband now, you know.
Yeah.
We got to come up with one for you.
Yeah.
Built like Stretchy B.
That's right. The Stretchy B wristband would be a hot seller, I'm sure. Yeah, so it's the Kings and the Dallas Mavericks tonight. That's a team that the Kings have already beaten this year. And we know that the Kings say that they are definitely headed towards a rebuild here, depending on what they're able to do with some of the trades. We'll look at some potential trades here in just a moment. The Dallas Mavericks are a team that's more... Well, we're not exactly sure. We talked to Mark Followell today, their outstanding TV play-by-play voice, and that was a very enjoyable conversation. I'm sure you can see that at SactownSports.com. And you asked him, Jay, where they are in the competitive arc, and he was a little non-committal. Obviously, it's not up to him. Obviously, he's somewhat limited as far as what he can say, but that's a team that could still take this one of two ways. If they end up trading Anthony Davis, and there's a lot of interest in Anthony Davis, then it looks like, all right, especially if they get some draft capital back for him, they might want to go back into the draft and see how much young talent and help they can give Cooper Flagg next year. If, for whatever reason, they don't move off of Anthony Davis, and I know Kyrie is with them on the road, maybe they kind of gather the forces, gather the cavalry, circle the wagons, and make a run at a play-in this year.
Maybe. You never know. Who knows? Anthony Davis has to be healthy, though, right?
Sorry. I
just got to talk about strong men and, you know, playing and operating all day. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I think he's only played 18 games this year. He was, I think people forget how good he was when he was in his prime. And I know that he's just had a ton of injuries, and I know that Domas has had a tendency to dominate him. But Anthony Davis coming out of college, and Anthony Davis in his early years, and even that year they won the championship, asterisk, the Lakers. Anthony Davis was a phenomenal player. Phenomenal player.
A-plus guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, baller.
Yeah. And he still can be now, but he's
Absolutely.
just not there. So we'll see which way. I suspect that the Mavericks would prefer to kind of go back into the draft if they can. There's been talk that they're trying to get a 2026 pick from the Hawks for Anthony Davis, and the Hawks apparently are saying, that's not going to happen. So I think it's still up in the air where they are. Their year is a lot about what the Kings' year is about, which is developing young players. And for them, it's Cooper Flagg, who has hit a little bit of the old rookie wall, Jay.
Yeah.
Struggling a little bit.
Yeah, it sounds that way, and it normally happens to everyone, right? Everyone has a rookie wall that they normally hit.
I remember Anthony when he started here. He started out pretty well, and then rookie wall.
Did he have one?
He pressing the wrong buttons. Yeah.
Did you help him out?
No.
No, okay.
I just let him work through it.
Just let it get through.
I'm not sure he's all the way through it yet. But
okay, all right.
Yeah.
And did anybody help you out, brother? Any good coaching?
Right in the deep end.
And he's in here because he's going to be running the game for us.
Yeah,
but
so
I have
game night, right?
Yeah, game night coming up, and then the Kings and the Mavs. I have a couple of potential deals here, and I want to be clear. These are not rumored deals. I'm not suggesting these things are being talked about. What they are is suggestions from ESPN's NBA insiders on what they think could happen and what they think they would do if they were involved in the decisions. All right? Be that as it may. We have, I think I said 3. They actually have 4 potential deals that they're spitballing on that involve the Sacramento Kings, Jay. Would you like to hear some of these?
Please.
All right. Some of these we have already heard about. There's one I think that's fresh. We'll start with this. The Denver Nuggets, and this is Kevin Pelton writing this. With the Nuggets perched barely below the first apron and just above the luxury tax, the buyout market is a more likely route for Denver. If the Nuggets can find a new home for Hunter Tyson, they'll create a roster spot to fill midseason. If that happens quickly, Kings big man Drew Eubanks might help fill the void at center left by injuries to Jokic and Valanciunas.
I'm going to tell you like this before we move any further. The same way when Imran Palati, host of True Sports Cards, is here and he's talking about cards and new boxes and Fanatic and doing all this stuff. What's one of my favorite words or favorite phrases I like to say?
Sell!
Sell it,
Yeah.
right? Sell.
Uh-huh.
So you're going to hear a lot of that this segment. So let's start right there. Sell it.
Yeah.
Spin
Again,
them.
that's Kevin Pelton just kind of looking at things. There's no rumor. I'm not saying the Kings are looking to trade Drew Eubanks, but I hadn't heard that one. So there's a suggestion that Drew Eubanks might help fill the void at center for the Nuggets. I don't know what the Kings could get back, but stay tuned. Now we have the Los Angeles Lakers, and you know where this is going. This is, again, Kevin Pelton wrote this. Player they could target. Kevin Pelton says, if I ran the Lakers, I would be calling the Sacramento Kings daily about guard Keon Ellis, who has been in and out of Coach Christie's crowded backcourt rotation. Ellis is a 41.6% three-point shooter, excels at defending on the ball. Perhaps most importantly, he's making the minimum in the last season of his rookie contract. Not only would Ellis easily fit into the Lakers' cap sheet and give them the ability to address the front court using other expiring contracts, his tiny cap hold would help maximize their flexibility this summer. You give me a sell on that, Jay?
And who are we getting in return? Because I didn't hear it.
It's not in here.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for what are we getting in return?
But from what we think we know, the Kings have said nobody's getting Keon unless they part with a first
rounder.
pick.
We'll sell it.
First rounder for Keon?
Absolutely.
Even to the Lakers?
Come on, man. Remember, one thing we're going to do better as a Kings organization, as the Kings fandom, as the Kings kingdom, any part of position you play in it.
Not get emotionally attached.
There we go, brother. If you're giving me a first-round draft pick for Keon Ellis, then I'm taking it. I don't care if we're spending them to, a team in Barbados. I want the first-round draft pick.
You want the first-round pick from a team in Barbados?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. I don't think they're going to get a first-rounder from the Lakers for Keanu.
I don't think so either, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The fact that you are shooting it down lets me know that any first-round draft pick from anybody is a win.
Mm-hmm. I'd love to be wrong about that, but I don't think I am. Golden State Warriors. Anthony Slater, friend of the show, says biggest need Al Horford has generated a tiny bit of rhythm after 2 months marked by injury and ineffectiveness. If the surge continues, the Warriors could feel less inclined to enter the center market, but league sources said they have sniffed around. I don't think there's anything there for the Kings and the Warriors involving Domantas Sabonis. Just the salaries, they have such a high payroll. He makes so much money. I don't think that would work. But Anthony Slater does say, as expected, the Warriors have had exploratory conversations with several teams about Jonathan Kuminga, but they've expressed an unwillingness to take on contracts that extend beyond this season if they view them as negative value deals, sources said. That has been an impediment dating back to the summer when they declined interest in Malik Monk from Sacramento in sign-and-trade talks for Kuminga. That's really not anything new so much as kind of a review of where they are. And it's interesting because we have Mark J. Spears saying the Kings are still interested in Kuminga, and we have Slate saying they may be, but the Warriors still are not especially interested in anything the Kings have to offer. As I said, though, the Kings, I meant to say the Warriors last night, they lost a game they probably should have won. They were the victims of some terrible calls, but they lost 103-102 to the Clippers, and the Warriors are really having trouble shooting the basketball. Even though they have Steph Curry, they're a bad shooting team. Do they look at Malik maybe and say, we didn't want him before, but we need somebody who can put the ball in the basket. We need somebody who can shoot threes, and he's shooting better than 40%. We need somebody who can handle the ball. We know Malik can do that. Maybe they change their tune on Malik Monk?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think
Desperation
so. Yeah.
Calls. Mm-hmm. They might be. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish. And I continue to keep on saying I think the Warriors are one of the teams they don't know, minus the fact that they want to go all in because they have Steph Curry. Beyond that, I don't really know if they have a plan. I'm pretty sure they have it on paper, but is it really concrete? Like, I think they're one of the teams that would spin on a dime if something came their way that maybe intrigued them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think if Malik goes anywhere, it may be to this team. This is I'm sorry, I don't know who Collier is. Do you know who Collier is? I'm going to go Phil Collier. I'm sorry,
I don't know.
Mr. Collier's name, pardon me. Mr. Collier.
Okay.
Talking about, of course, the Milwaukee Bucks. Player they could target. ESPN reported last week that the Bucks have already begun inquiring about a few players. Zach LaVine and Malik Monk, as well as Jeremy Grant. All three players could alleviate some of Giannis's offensive burden, but Milwaukee has limited assets to pull off a move to improve the roster. The Bucks have one draft pick in either 2031 or 2032 available to trade, because you can't trade picks in consecutive drafts. A risky proposition considering Giannis's uncertain future, but, says Mr. Collier, keep an eye on the Bucks, who have shown a willingness to go all in several times to keep Giannis Antetokounmpo happy. Right now, Jay, if I had to handicap it, I think the Kings' most likely trade partner is the Milwaukee Bucks.
The Bucks?
Mm-hmm.
You think they're going to spend on that first-round pick, or you think maybe
I think it's unlikely, but they may have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other trades I hadn't thought about Drew Eubanks at all. I would hate to see the Kings part with the mayor of the Shack of Troutdale. If you have to do it, you have to do it.
Why, man? May I ask you why?
I was really kind of kidding about that.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. He made a nice hook shot to bring them within 3 in their last game against Milwaukee. But I think it gets back to what we talked about today. Mark J. Spears reporting that the exploratory talks involved Portis and Kuzma coming to Sacramento for Zach LaVine. But according to the reporting, and this is just exploratory, so preliminary talks, like, what would that look like? I don't know, maybe something like this. The Kings insisting on that 2031 first-round pick.
And I hope they continue to push for it. I truly do. Mm-hmm. But I also hope that if that is the one move that is available and that's the one move that we see prior to the trade deadline coming and going, then I'm also hoping that they would say, okay, look, to move one of the major contracts this team has, to break it down to a few minor contracts, I would say, and minors to that whoever you want to ask, but smaller contracts, I should say.
Yeah.
I'd
More
be
manageable.
Manageable, thank you.
Bite size, fun size.
Yeah, there you go. I like that, brother. Are you a fun size Twix, fun size Snicker guy, fun size? Where you at with it?
No. There's nothing more fun about a little candy bar than a big candy bar.
What if I give you 4 of them?
Well, that's good because it's not because they're little. Are you saying because then I could eat them, when I wanted? Nah, I'll take the big candy bar. Big candy bar, more candy, more fun, period. The rest of it is just marketing. That's all. That's all that is.
It's a farce.
It is. It's just marketing, and it's just corporate lies, and I'm not falling for them. Tonight, I hope the Kings win before a national TV audience, and I'm very curious to see. I'm casting no aspersions upon the good fans of the Kings in any way, shape, or form, but I'm curious to see what the atmosphere is going to be like tonight, Terry.
Yeah. I'm hoping the atmosphere is solid, rocking a little bit, kind of like what we're used to at the G1C.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see a W, especially because it's a national jump off.
Right.
If nothing else, we want to protect our perception, whatever that is. In the most positive form. So I'm hoping they can do what they need to do and get the win today. And it ain't like Dallas or world beaters. You got an opportunity.
Right, but
you beat them already.
You know that when they put this game on the schedule, they thought it would look a little better than it does right now.
For sure.
Sacramento, they're going to be in contention, and Dallas with AD and with Cooper Flag, this would be a big battle. And as it looks right now, neither team is even in play-in picture. But I think they're going to really just focus, obviously, everything on, it's Cooper Flag, and he's the great Cooper Flag, and watch the great Cooper Flag tonight.
100%. Then they'll pan the Kyrie, and then, they're going to get a load of Russ Westbrook, too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those are and then they'll probably, 2 coaches who play in the NBA, Jason Kidd, Doug Christie. That's probably like the 4 or 5, points, the major points that they're going to try to push.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. And then as far as any trade conversations or anything happening trade-wise, nothing appears to be imminent, but I'm keeping an eye on the Milwaukee Bucks. It looks like maybe there's something brewing there. Maybe Kuminga, I think it looks like the Kings have more interest right now than the Warriors do. I think the Kings would have more interest in Kuminga, but keeping my fingers crossed on that one too, Jay.
Okay. I like it. If you're gonna keep your eye on the Bucks, then I'll assist you in doing that. I'll make sure I scour the waiver wires. I scour the insiders on who covers the Bucks and what they're gonna do and if they're making a move.
Yeah, the hard thing for the Kings obviously is that the ball is really in Milwaukee's court. The Kings are like, this is what we want, this is what we would do, and Milwaukee has to decide. Okay, and I'm sure Giannis in some level is involved, right? Well, Giannis, what do you think of this? Because any trade Milwaukee makes right now, a big part of it is going to be appeasing Giannis and convincing him that the team's going to be better, so you should stay.
Yeah. I think he is probably the one domino that everybody is waiting to see what happens. I don't think we're going to get it before the trade deadline. I truly think Milwaukee is going to try to hold on to him. And when I say that, maybe at least to the offseason. I just don't see how you spend Giannis without a heck of a package. You're going to have to get, and I'll be the first one to say, more than what you got for Luka. I think you didn't get enough for Luka.
Well, that's a great point. I hadn't thought of that. If I'm the Kings, I could say, look, if you lose Giannis, you're afraid of that you might need that draft pick. If you lose Giannis, you're going to be able to trade him. You're going to have so many draft picks, you won't know what to do with it.
There you go.
You're not going to miss a 20-30 first.
You'll have 5 of them.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
You have so many draft picks. So what are you worried about?
So I said work a little magic. You got to be a gambler. Mm-hmm. You got to get out there and shake some trees, man. Mm-hmm. And that's why I continue to keep on saying, yeah, you said a little earlier, if you're Scott Perry, you probably say, you know what? No, we don't do that without the 2031st or even the 2032 first round pick.
Right.
We need a first round pick for us to take back Bobby Portis and Kyle Kuzma. But I'll talk to you in a month.
Mm-hmm.
And if it hasn't changed, give me a buzz.
Yes.
Yeah, then you do that. And then you know, shake some trees a little bit. But play the game. That's why I say be the gambler.
Yeah.
Do what you need to do. Take it up to 11:59. Whatever you got to do. Do whatever you have to do to make something work for you.
I agree with you, Jay. But to do that, you have to be willing to bite the bullet if it comes to that and keep Zach LaVine. And I think I'm more willing. Okay.
You don't think the Kings are?
I think they are. I think I am, but I don't think you are. Personally.
Yeah, personally, I would say if the trade is on the table, the package that's on the table is Bobby Portis, Kyle Kuzma, and something, because it probably is something else.
Mm-hmm.
That money doesn't match.
Mm-hmm.
So there's probably another piece somewhere in there, G League or whatever you want to call it, two-way guy. Then I'm not taking that until 11:59. I say 11:59 because we always say clock strikes 12. I'm not taking that until then. For the next month or however long we've been having these discussions of the Kings and the Bucks, I would sit on that and say, thank you. I appreciate you valuing, my guys, and you're looking forward to Zach LaVine becoming a Milwaukee Buck. Right. But at the moment, that just doesn't float my boat.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now, I still have time. I still have a little more time to do what I need to do, stretch my legs a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said,
deadlines are great motivators.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Desperation, as I continue to keep on saying. We can become desperate in something shaking and wanting a draft pick and wanting to unload the contract. We don't know. $49 million is a whole heck of a lot of money.
I think it is.
To give anyone.
It's Alan Stiles money.
I mean, seriously, because you never know what ownership is saying. They're going to have to pay it no matter what, but ownership could say, no, we don't want to pay that. So trade him for whatever. Mm-hmm. You never know if you're getting that, that call as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just never know.
All right. Yeah, I'm with you. That's how I would play it. Yeah, we need that 2031 first.
Would you take the 2032 first?
That depends on what the projections are for the draft. And as you pointed out, that's a long ways
fifth grader.
I probably, because I would, because there's a good chance I'm going to spin that off anyway.
Me too. I'm taking, if I can get.
Yes, I would.
And I think you've said it very clearly. And I asked you that because I think you've said this. If I could get a first round draft pick for Zach LaVine, even if it's 2050, I'm taking it.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's not in your plans. It's not. See, this is the one thing. Yeah, 2050. Well, that's the way we're talking nowadays.
Yeah, I know.
Man, wait, can you trade the 2035 pick?
Yeah.
It's like, dude, that is a kindergartner.
Yeah.
But that's how people talk.
30-19 protected 1 through 8. We'll trade you our first round pick in the year 30-19 protected, though, 1 through 8.
Because we don't know.
I don't know. 1 through 14 or no deal.
Yeah. We've been hearing that that draft is loaded.
Yeah.
That's how we talk nowadays, and that's why it is. We laugh, but it is funny. It's hysterical.
It's absurd.
It very much so
doesn't
is.
make a lot of
sense.
sense.
Very much so is, and that's why I'm saying we as much as you want to look and plan for the future, you have to talk about today as well. Because guess what? The dollars are spending today. And that's the toughest part for Scott Perry in the front office is you have to be prudent.
Yeah.
You have to do your due diligence, and you have to make sure that this helps you currently and also helps you down the road.
Quote, "It's safe to say we want to build. That's right. I think when I use words like prudent and opportunistic, a quick fix to me, that is not sustainable," says Scott Perry.
Scotty P.
Mm-hmm. How absurd is it to think that the 49ers could be in position to win this playoff game, this wild card weekend game against the Eagles in the fourth quarter, Jay?
Not absurd.
I like it. Tell me why. Tell me more. Because I saw that what happened to Kyle Shanahan's vaunted offense Saturday night. They just got dominated.
They did.
No Ricky P this week. No linebackers to speak of. So it convinced me that the 49ers can be in this game. How are they going to do it?
I would ask you this. Prior to last week, going into last week, what were your feelings about the 49ers? Even though they're banged up, I'm just saying last week. What was going into this game? How were you feeling?
I thought that if the defense did a decent job, the 49ers would win the game.
Okay. Did the defense do a decent job?
Yeah. All things considered, yeah.
What let you down?
The offense was abysmal.
Okay. Prior to that, if I would ask you, you remove that last game, and I know that's hard to do.
Fair enough.
And we just jump straight to the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say the chances are? Put a number to it.
Yeah, if you pretend that Saturday night didn't happen.
Seahawks didn't happen.
I'd like their chances of being competitive.
Got a number for me?
You mean like a score-wise?
No, meaning percentage-wise. Like if you were to say, give me a percent on how you believe.
40, somewhere between 40 and 48%, something like that.
You would give them a 40% shot of going to Philadelphia and winning.
Yeah, again, this is all if Saturday night hadn't happened. Yeah, probably a little higher than that, closer to 50, just under 50.
So we'll take the top number, 48?
Yeah.
All right, 48. Now throw in Saturday. Where you at?
I don't even know if I'm at 40.
Really?
If I'm being honest, yeah.
Why?
Because they were so bad and because in so many key ways, in two primary ways, and I know this is cliche, but the linebacking wasn't good and it's just so banged up. I think they're going to have a hard time stopping Jalen Hurts. Saquon Barkley, okay, but it's really Jalen Hurts running the ball, and then the 49ers just have not been able to run the ball, and the receivers are hurt. The receivers are just not very good right now overall.
Yeah. I went through that whole procession because I think it's this for me, Whitey, is looking at Saturday's contest, Saturday's game, it definitely creates doubt in your mind because you're trying to compare, or you do compare, the Seahawks and the Eagles defenses together. The one thing that I truly believe is Seattle, I've said, is more familiar with the 49ers, and I also believe they are more talented defensively than the Eagles. Mm-hmm. I've also believe they've played up to that talent compared to the Eagles. Now, we're talking about the champs. I know they can flip the switch. I know they can come and play ball. I know they're not going to be an easy out. But I asked you, the setup was this. How going into Saturday game, if we remove that, how would you feel the 49ers' chances were? The one thing I think you would bank on is the 49ers offense being pretty good and at least scoring 21 points, at least putting up 20-some-odd points. For sure more than 3, right?
I know 49er fans are the faithful, but I've lost my faith in the offense. I'm just confessing. I have lost my faith in Kyle Shanahan's offense because they were that bad Saturday night.
Faith as far as moving into the future or just this game because
right
they're not
now,
okay.
Where they are right now. And I'm hoping that it's restored early in that game.
Want a quick march, quick strike.
Yeah. Just get the defense on their heels a little bit. Too often, the last game reminded me of the Texans game, but it was much worse. And that was Mac Jones. But you remember the Texans, and I think the 49ers found a way to stay in that game. But you remember that game.
Sure.
And the Texans just physically manhandled them. And the 49ers really didn't have an answer for the Texans defensively. But they were just it was hard to watch Saturday night.
It was very difficult. I'm just banking on that the 49ers won't have a repeat performance like they did this past Saturday. And part of it is I just don't think the 49ers are that bad on offense 2 games in a row. I also don't believe the Eagles are as strong as the Seahawks. Not saying there's a big gap, big separation, but for me, that is we're talking about hope and trying to give reasons why I believe the 49ers have an opportunity to go in to Philadelphia and get the win. That's my point. I don't think the Niners are going to score 3 points again. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I thought that more importantly than how I felt about the 49er offense, it seemed like Kyle Shanahan lost some faith in his offense with the play calling, didn't it? Times? I mean, I thought there was at least a time or two where it's 4th and short. You got to go for it here. And we're going to punt it away.
See, that's the tough part for me, Whitey, is I'm not sure. There's probably a little bit of everything that I'm getting ready to say. I think Shanahan might have lost a little confidence. I think he understands he was playing against a very good and fast Seahawk defense. And I also think that's part of who Shanahan's MO is. You got to change it. It is playoff time. You can't coach the same way. Where is the bag of tricks? Where's the magic? Come with a whole brand new offense, Kyle. this week. Show me something different. And that's, for me, it's kind of, that's the pie. But I think Shanny has a lot of oomph in that too. Do something different, man. Just create something different for me.
Thank you, Jay. We're back with you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Stick around. We got your Kings and Mavericks coverage coming up. We'll go out to the Golden One Center. And game night is next on Sactown Sports.
That's what they want to say. Big checks for the jealousy. If we play, no, we finna